Nobody checks every single box. Life ignores the dating docs. The algorithm can't decide what makes two imperfect hearts collide. Higher than the clouds.
Tony, what is up? What is up?
Nobody asking what truly matters. Floating above, sometimes missing everyday love. Looking so hard for fantasy, missing what's right in front to see. Sky high standards fade away. Reality has its own display. Perfect people rarely appear. Real connection starts right here. The checklist closes. The music plays. Reality smiles and quietly stays.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to call in, right? If anyone wants to have a debate, we'll see. I'm just trying to test things out, right? Maybe someone wants to call in and have a debate. I'm always down for it. Who knows, right? Who knows? Yo, Big Bars, what's up, my brother? What's up? I'm just trying something out, right? Just trying something out. So, I mean, if there's no, again, I'm trying some things out and see how it works. If no one calls in, it's all good, right? If no one calls in, it's all good. But if you do want to have a debate, let's do it. Because this is the thing where I'm trying to, push this over to I'm trying to get this over into into YouTube, right? Because we get this a lot, right? We see the debates on TikTok a lot. I want to see if I could get it some traction onto YouTube. But we'll see. We will see.
Every smile belongs in
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. I mean, this is a thing where these are the chances, right? I do get some disagreeers on my YouTube shorts and stuff, my point of views. A lot of people disagree with me. Well, here's your chance to call in. Here, you don't have to be on camera, right? You don't have to be on camera, but you could always call in. Right? You could always call in and voice your opinions. If you have the guts, if you disagree with me on anything you've seen, right? On any of my topics, any topics you have seen, you disagree with me on anything, bring it on. Bring it on. This is the time for you to, this is your spotlight. If you want to, if you disagree with me on, if you have the guts, But I'm trying this out. I'm seeing how this goes, right? I'm seeing how this goes. Um,
Through the colors, through the lights, every street has something new. Every step reveals the view. Vietnam beneath the sky, watching another day go by. No rush, no race, no need to rush. Just walking with everyone.
I mean, if anyone has the cojones, right, to, I mean, again, this is just for fun, right? If anyone wants to, I'm always down. But, if no one wants to, it's all good. I'm just trying this out. I am just trying it out. All right. Well, I want to talk about the topics for a little bit. Like I said, if there's no traction, not anyone's interested, it's all good, Tony. It's all good. Just thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. So I'm going to talk about the topics for a little bit. This prove me wrong, right? This is your chance to share your disagreements. Share your disagreements, right? And listen to some good music, right? Prove me wrong, right? Body count does matter. 100%. I think body count matters. Okay. I think it's a good indicator of what type of person you are. Number 2, racism isn't even top 5 biggest problem in the black community. Black people that think about racism, you are suffering from victimhood, right? The black community that constantly thinks about racism, you are suffering from victimhood. Racism isn't a problem today in modernity, right? I'm talking about today. Today's day and age, racism isn't a problem. All right. Number 3, abortion is deleting a baby, and for irresponsible women, right? It's irresponsible women, right? Can't take accountability. They're deleting babies. They're deleting babies. They're deleting babies. So just be honest, right? You're baby killers. All right. Number 4, white privilege isn't real today. In modern, and again, these topics are for today, right? They're about today. I'm not talking about 100 years ago. I'm not talking about 70 years ago. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about today, right? Today, white privilege isn't a real thing, all right? Number 5, men aren't violent, right? Women aren't endangered like the media says, right? We don't have an R-word culture. We don't have a violent culture, right? We don't. So, number 6, trans women aren't women. They're mentally unstable men. 100%, right? Any woman that supports, advocates for trans women, you are delusional, right? You are delusional, and hell, maybe you are mentally unstable yourself. Trans women are not women. They are mentally disturbed, mentally unstable men. Trans women aren't women. That's number 6. Number 7, women need to choose better men. If they don't, it's their own fault. In today's day and age, where women are as equal as humanly possible, right? Where women have full autonomy, right? Women have full autonomy, okay? Where women have full autonomy, it is their fault, right? For what happens in dating, it is women's fault. Plain and simple. Plain and simple, it is women's fault. And number 8, women need men. Women need men. 100%. Women need men. No doubt about that. I'm trying something out. I'm seeing how this goes, right? I'm trying to see if this try to set up more debate nights, right? If anyone wants to. Again, I'm respectful, right? I'm a respectful guy. I'm trying this out, not seeing if this works or not. All right. I'm trying a program where I could stream on both my Devil's Avocado and Devil's Advocate channels. seeing how that works. If it doesn't, it is what it is, right? If there's no traction, if people not really that interested, it's all good. It's all good, right? But again, you can always call in, right? You can always call in. All right. So if you want to, you can always call in. Yes. This is a respectful, I mean, this is a channel that's about being respectful. All right. It's respectful debates. I don't curse people out. I give you the same energy you give me. Right? I'll give you the same energy you give me. So Jeremiah, what is up? What is up? Yes, the Asian kind of fit in sometimes. Yes, the Asians do. Always great to see you, my brother. Always great to see you guys. Thank you guys for stopping by. Probably I don't know how long this live will go. Um, you know, this is the thing, right? When I do live streams on directly on my phone, right? When I do live, I don't know why YouTube is like this, right? YouTube is weird. YouTube is very weird. When I do live streams on my phone, right? Directly on my phone, not using the PC or anything, I get dozens upon dozens of views, right? When I do live streams on my phone, I get dozens upon dozens of views. Yet when I do live streams on my PC, I don't get as many views. I don't get as many views, which is just kind of weird in my opinion. It is kind of weird, right? I don't get as much interactions, much as the algorithm is not my friend, right? And this is the thing where when I do the live streams, right? Like when I have these prove me wrong debates on when I do live streams on my phone, plenty of people want to say shit. Plenty of people want to say shit, right? You guys, if some of you guys have seen my my phone live streams, plenty of people have things to say. But when I do shit like this, I don't know. I'm not getting as much traction, which is it's just weird. All right. I mean, you guys have like Eddie. I mean, you've seen it, right? When I do the live streams on my phone, we get quite a few, quite a few viewers, quite a few disagreeers. So that's why I'm trying something, giving you guys a chance because again, YouTube on the phone, it doesn't allow people to call in, which is shitty. TikTok allows you to join in on the conversation. YouTube doesn't allow that. Yeah, I mean, this is why I'm trying to do I don't know why I'm trying to do this program. It supposedly lets you do portrait mode, but it's not translating well on screen. So I'm checking the screen and it didn't do. That's why I'm saying that I'm trying to yeah, YouTube is a strange mistress indeed. All right. I'm good. Laughing man, I'm good, my brother. I'm good. I'm trying to do something different, seeing if people want to anyone has the guts to debate me. All right. Again, you guys can call in. Link is in the chat. You call in. You don't need to, show your face, right? Just have a mic. But you can call in. We can have a chat, a respectful chat. Yeah, I don't know why. Shorts feed placement. Mobile users dominate total platform traffic and push. Yeah, but that's annoying, right? Because when I do the mobile live streams, I'm not allowed to let people join, right? And people are constantly, oh, let me join. Well, guess what? Half your comments get banned. Yeah, YouTube is like weird, right? Sometimes people are saying that I never delete comments. Right? You could do a whole lot of hate comments and I don't delete it. I don't delete comments. Guys, if you have the guts, all right, you disagree with any of my YouTube short topics, or you see these topics tonight, You disagree with it? I mean, you said it, right? I'm an Asian guy. Talk about the black community. Bring it on. Right? You hate that an Asian guy is talking about the black community. Bring it on. Right? You hate that I'm holding women accountable. Bring it on. Right? You're mad that I'm not a fan of the alphabet community. Bring it on. Right? Bring it on. This is annoying. That yeah. I don't know why YouTube does this. Because I was trying, like I said, I was trying to use this program to see if it would do the whole vertical streaming. It's not doing vertical streaming as as a YouTube formatting, right? There's vertical, but it's not. I mean, portrait, but it's not. It doesn't translate well on the phone, so it's kind of weird, right? It is kind of weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Again, I'm just trying out something today. Probably, I mean, they probably know no one has the guts, right? Anyone who no, I mean, no one has the guts. Anyone disagreeing, YouTube algorithm is rarely my friend, right? YouTube algorithm isn't my friend, right? The YouTube gods aren't my friend, so I don't know. Probably won't be going on for that long. It's a shame. It's a shame, but it is what it is. But thank you guys for just stopping by. We'll see. Yo, go ahead, big bars. If you want to join, go ahead. I always like it. If you want to join, go ahead. You can always. I don't mind if you cook. I mean, you guys don't have to disagree with me to call in, right? You could call in even if you don't disagree with me. Right? I think everybody genuinely enjoys Asian people. Jeremiah, I love it. I mean, this is the thing where this Asian man is not gonna hold back. This Asian man isn't going to hold back. I mean, guys, if you want to talk about anything, you guys could talk about anything. So I don't mind. I don't mind. Bars, what is up, my brother? How's your weekend?
Pretty good, man. How you doing, man?
Time for you to cook. What's your thoughts?
I'm just like, I pretty much agree with everything you're saying. I think that there's like a surface level, and there's a deeper level of stuff, and that's why I say I don't disagree. Like, I don't disagree with what you're saying on a surface level. Maybe underline, it might be some nuance, but I don't agree with nothing you're saying. It's like I don't understand how we've been. We're old school. We're old
Yeah.
school, and we were just raised in a certain way, and all this stuff is just real weird and foreign and destructive to me. Women thinking body count doesn't matter is destructive to
Mm,
me. Women
exactly.
thinking they don't need men is destructive to me, man. It's crazy. It don't make no sense. You know, Women arguing to delete their own babies is insane to me. It's
Oh, I
insane.
agree.
You remember that street interview you was we was reacting
Uh huh.
to, and
Yeah. Yeah.
those supposed college educated idiots were
Mm,
sitting there arguing with this guy about deleting their own bloodline.
Mm-hmm,
Craziness.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's insane to me. It's really weird to me, and I just don't know what to like do or think about how. Look, my children got to grow up in this world. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Yep, yep.
And I'm to the point where it's like I want my, especially like my sons. You know, especially my sons because women live life on easy mode. Everybody knows that. You know, easy mode.
100. Exactly.
So, but especially my sons, I want to prepare them, but then I don't want to like put stuff in their mind. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to change what might be going on. I don't want to feed them. I don't want to do what it seems like is being done to the public. You know, I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to manipulate and mind control them. I
Yeah,
want them
yeah,
to, have their own experiences.
yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want them to be no fool, no Joey Sausage head either. You know what I'm
No,
saying? I don't want them to fall for anything either. It's just, it's very sad that what is going on. It's very sad. You know, I'm sorry, man. It's just very sad what's going on.
I
It
agree. No, I
hurts
agree.
me.
This is the point where this is why I create this channel, right? And why I create, days like this, like call-in shows like this is where, we need to voice our opinions. I've said this, right? I've said this many times. Bring back shame, bring back the patriarchy, bring back men leading, right? Men should be leading, right? Men should be the leaders. Men should be leading families and women. I'm sorry. I Yeah, I'm not saying that women shouldn't have equality, but I'm sorry, women need to be led. The society need to be led, and it's men's duty to lead. Because
Yes.
here's the thing: in the last 60 years, because 67 years, thanks to feminism, what has it done for us? It hasn't really
Nothing.
made us a better society. It hasn't got us any closer to any kind of utopia. In fact, it seems like as uh,
Further and
as a
further away.
society, we aren't getting. We're kind of getting a little bit worse, right? I'm not saying that we are like the absolute dirt, but I mean we're not getting better thanks to feminism. All this supposed equality. I mean, again, I'm a big supporter of equality because I think everyone should be accountable, right? But I just say this, right? That it's not doing us all that much enjoyment and good for society. To be honest, I've said this where I think it's ruining society in the sense that marriage rates are low, right? Birth rates are low, divorce rates are high, unhappiness is high. So really, in society wise, we ain't doing that great. So that's why I'm like, this is why men need to talk about it. Men need to voice their grievances, so
My thing is with feminism,
mm,
it's not a quality that's going on. It's not
yeah.
a quality to have kid gloves with women and
Yeah.
torture men. That's not a quality. If they wanted a quality, then and this is my main thing. If the people in charge, if the government system, if the law system really wanted equality, really wanted, just decency, was just decent, they would make things easier and it wouldn't even take long. That's the thing that kind of gets me. It wouldn't take
Yeah.
long at all. You fry two or three women, and women gonna act right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because once it's out, the jig is up. Once they know the jig is up, the jig is up. And I think
Mhm.
that's what I'll be saying all the time about natural selection.
Mm,
I think the jig is up.
mm,
And I think it's just the smarter people see it. And it's a lot of fools, man. It's a lot of fools,
mhm, mhm.
and they just going along because they've been allowed to this is crazy. What's crazy to me, how you gonna cheat on somebody, ruin your own marriage, ruin your own family, and still take half of the other person's resources? What's
Mm,
going on?
mm, exactly. Mhm,
I just
mhm.
don't know what's going on, and it's kind of like I don't know. It's like, to get into deeper things, it's like, is the devil in control? Is this hell? Is the devil in control of the world? You know what I'm saying? Because
Uh-huh.
anybody with half a brain will see that this is not. They have analysts. They have analysts. Their whole job is to see where things are going to go,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
they still are they're down with this. I don't understand why they say why they're down with this, and it's clearly destroying us. It's
Mm-hmm.
clearly destroying us. It's sending other people's children to college instead of their own.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
what's going on. It's a money grab,
Yeah.
and I'm. It hurts. Like I say, this is why I get so ticked off about this subject. It really hurt. Like I said, I have children here, and I have
Yeah.
to try to protect and educate them as best as I can, and it's just detrimental to humanity. You know what I'm saying? It's anti. That's why I don't like feminism, because
Uh-huh.
it's like against because I don't believe in religion, but I believe in God. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe in religion at all, but I believe in God
Yeah.
heavily. And the way things are going, it's just like it's against feminism is against God, because in every source you look at, it says man, woman, child. Man, woman, child. So to
Yeah.
put the woman ahead of a man is really sacrilege. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I just, that sometimes you just beat your head against the wall, and it's like, sometimes I just don't know how to feel about things. I watch videos, and you watch videos like I watch videos. You see all this hate and all this craziness going on, and it's
Yeah.
like nobody checks it. It's just unchecked. That's why people like me and you I think are so important,
Yep. Yep.
because nobody checks it.
Yes,
Nobody checks it.
exactly.
Nobody has the heart, the balls, what we used to call the scrotum, to
Mm.
stand up to this. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everybody want to go along to get along, and it's
Yeah.
sad to me. It's very sad to me. Everybody, because we ain't had nothing left. That's how I feel. If things keep on going on the way they're going, what are we gonna have as humanity? What we gonna have? We're gonna have nothing, man. It's sad. I'm trying to read the prompt. And let's see. Like I said, I don't really disagree with nothing. I don't disagree with nothing you saying. Honestly, like I say, it's nuances to some things, but how can you disagree with that? You know what I'm saying? How can you disagree with deleting your children,
Yes,
deleting your
exactly.
own and mothers, and especially black mothers, used to love the
Mm.
crap out of their children. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And for them to fall for this, oh, I can do what. See, that's the thing. I call them crawliest. If anybody know Crawley, you know what I'm saying? I'll call them crawliest. Do what thou wilt. People just want to do what they want to do, and that's not how this works. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry to tell people, you can't just do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's rules
Mm-hmm.
to this. It's rules to
Exactly.
this. If you want to have the best for your lineage, because that's what it should be all about.
Exactly.
See, this is individualism, materialism, individualism. That is destroying us, because you see that only thinking about yourself, when in the past I was taught to think about the future, but about my legacy, not just myself. You know what
Bars,
I'm saying?
bars. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yo, Zyrax, you change up your name and stuff. Cool, cool. It's on YouTube. I'm trying to do something on YouTube and see if it works. It's not as working as much as I want it to be, but I'm just trying. I'm just playing around, just having fun talking. Bars, continue.
No, I just think it just hurts me, man. That's what it
Mm-hmm.
really is. And people might think I'm well, I am harsh. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the time of kid gloves is over. I think the PC culture is destroying us, and the time of oh talking nice is over. You know what I'm saying? And if
Exactly.
people don't see it that way, I'm feel sorry for you. You might want to look into this stuff a little bit deeper. You know, because the time of this is over. Because we're at a very key point in human history. I think that if people don't stand up and start standing up for right instead of what is PC, I don't know how much longer we're gonna make it as humanity, man. For real. And these people that got money don't care. Because just like in the movie 2012, these people probably have secret bunkers and whatever. You know what I'm saying? These people probably have some stuff that they got tickets for. And they can just whatever, survive. They can
Hmm.
survive a nuclear holocaust, they can survive whatever disaster. And then they just start over what and in a way I think that's what may be at play. They want to start over what just their genetics. You know what I'm saying? They want to start over with just their legacy. Because sad to say, when things go to crap, these people will not be PC. You know what I'm saying? They understand there's rules to this, and it's sad that the general population doesn't understand, and they think they can just do whatever they want to. You know, and that's why I speak against like single motherhood. It's not that a woman can be good, but all of them are not. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? A woman can be good.
I agree. I agree. But this is a thing where this is why, I want to do things like this, right? Where we got a chance to, voice our opinions and thoughts. So I love it.
It's just really sad. Women think they don't need men. That
Mm,
is that's the most. And anytime any woman says something like that, it shows the lack, like you said, low IQ.
I agree.
Low IQ. I love that. I love that saying because it really is. It's a nice way of saying what I would say. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? I would say it maybe a little differently, a little harshly, more harsh, but that is the perfect way of saying it to reach people. Low IQ thinking, you know, and these people with just low IQ, man, thinking they can just do whatever they want to do. They can abort their own babies. They can. The fact that they think that they can sleep with as many people, get as many bodies as they want in their 20s, and then in their 30s and 40s have anything of substance. That is crazy work to me. That is insane. Low IQ. That's low IQ. Thinking you can just do whatever you want to do and it's going to be okay. And it's not. That's not how things work. I've never been shown, taught, whatever, that that's how things work. Ever. You know what I'm saying? You can't just do what you want and then expect good results at the end.
I
That's not
agree. I agree. Red Door,
good
what is up,
thing.
my sister? What is up? Zyrax, if you want, I think we could debate on like, I think feminism in the West should be gone today,
Yes.
right? Feminism in the West should be gone. We should stop
Yes.
thinking and talking about feminism, right? I honestly think that feminism has done its job, right? So we could always talk about. I think feminism. I mean, again, it's not going to happen, right? I mean, it's part of our society. But I think that, in my opinions, we should go back to a patriarchal mindset, right? Everything else, women are able to vote and shit like that. But I think feminism has done its dirt, right, in America. So,
Mhm.
but
I agree with you. It done is, but what good results have it? It's no good results. It has come from feminism. So honestly, women can vote, and women were on the verge of voting anyway. That's why I say history, knowing history is so important. And women were on the verge of being able to vote anyway. You know what I'm saying? That was going to happen anyway. You know what I'm saying? With more people getting into land ownership and certain things, that would happen anyway. So feminism has done nothing but destruction. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. Feminism has done nothing for humanity, you know, and half of the time, people who have sense can't even see it because they're all about the sisterhood. It's something happened. I haven't put my finger on it, but something has happened to where women just want to stick with women just for the fact of sticking with women. And it's not even about what's right or what's wrong. It's about, oh, a woman does it, so it's okay. If a man does it, it's wrong. Girl, leave him. Take it. Do this. A girl, 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 girl. But if a girl does it, oh, well, if she wasn't, that's why I speak about. That's why I feel women in general, not a woman, but women are not for leadership at all, because some stuff you can't be nice about. Some stuff it is what it is. And it's like you gonna be on this side, you can get with this or you can get with that. Period. You know what I'm saying? And it's if women don't seem to I've been thinking about this earlier. Women don't understand honor. Women don't understand loyalty. Women don't understand certain things because they've never been made to. You know, yeah, have never been made to, and that's my problem with feminism. If if feminism was true, it will show women how much they need a man. If feminism really gave a what gave even gave a care about what's going on, then they would tell the truth of the matter. And the truth is, if you can't build a building, what they say, a man ain't a man if he can't build a house from scratch or whatever. But they don't want to do nothing on their side. That's wild to me. That's wild. That's pushed, and that's okay. That one side can just do nothing, and the other side is supposed to do everything. That's crazy work to me.
I
It
totally
really
agree.
is. It's self-destructive for humanity, man. And and I had this feeling back in when the PC thing first came off when Bill Maher had that show. It was a different show. It was politically incorrect or something like that. It was he had it's a show before he had his own show per se. And I had this feeling that when the PC culture came over, it wasn't good for humanity. I had that back then. I was like, that's not a good thing. Everybody getting a trophy is not a good thing. People need that disappointment to rise to the occasion. That's why we got all these lazy, low IQ people moving around because it's no pressure makes diamonds, and it's no pressure. It's just that, well, if I participate, it's no participation award. I don't feel it shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? The way I know it, if you want to be, it's the top three. The top three get awarded, and if you want to be in the top three, you got to be the best of the best of the best. Like they say in Men in Black. I'm looking for the best of the best of the best,
Yes, yes.
and you
Zyrex, if
can't.
you want to come on, you could come on, okay? If you do.
And it's like in Zyrex's case, it's like she's so close. She's so close, in my opinion. Just from hearing y'all talk, she's
Yeah.
so close, but she can't shed them feminist ideals. You gotta shed them, and that's the harsh truth of this. You gotta right is right and wrong is wrong. All
This is the thing
political
where when
aside.
when feminism got started, most women didn't want it. Most women didn't want feminism.
Mm-mm.
Right? Most women didn't want feminism. Right? They didn't. Now, you've seen the results of it, right? I don't. I mean, Zyrex want to talk about prompt 4, which we could, right? You guys could we could talk about anything you want, right? We could talk about anything you want. But I mean, here's the thing where I think feminism isn't a good thing, right? It hasn't been the best thing for people. It hasn't, right? So most women didn't want it at the time. So
No, I just feel if you want things to be equal, let them be equal. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's sad. It's like it's this false sense of equality that's going on. You know, like women are fighting for equality that's really um them being in power. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? It's like it's really them being in power. Now, if you want, it costs to be the boss. It costs to be the boss, man. And if you want to be in power, build some shit. If you want to be in power, uh, go work on an oil rig. If you couldn't even do it. That's the thing. You don't have the strength to do it. So if you want to get strong enough and be an ice road trucker, do it. That's equality to me. Not sitting by, not princess, passenger or princess, not all this crap. It's crap to me. Half of the stuff I see on TV on YouTube is crap. These people have these crap opinions, and it's not helping. It's not gonna help nothing. It's really not gonna help nothing, in my opinion. It's only setting us further and further back. And just imagine, in like 2 generations, man, where we gonna be at? In 2 generations, where we gonna be at, man? That's the sad thing for me.
yeah. I think things will probably get worse right over time. At least for the stats that I talked about, I don't think things are getting better. I don't see us, marrying more. I don't see divorce rate dropping drastically. Definitely birth rates. There's no sign that birth rates are going to improve. So yeah, I think feminism is antithesis to the human culture, the human experience. So I don't think feminism is a good thing in society.
Mm-mm. I don't. I don't. I think it's poison. It's poison to society. It's poison in propaganda form. That's what I think it is. No,
Exactly. Exactly. 100%. Um,
no, I don't
I'll
see it.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, any more thoughts? I mean, it's your time
I
to shine.
just yeah, I just really think it's messed up, man. I really
Yeah.
think it's messed up. And like I said, my children have to live in this crap when I'm gone, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And
Mm-hmm.
it's one thing when I'm still here, in certain ways I can provide certain protections while I'm here. But when I'm gone, what are all my children left with? This crap. And if any of them fall for it, which I think at least one of them has, it's it's not going to be beneficial for them and their moving forward. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's not. I'm into, and this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and people feel however they want to about it per se. But I'm into my sons because my sons are going to carry on my name. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
My
Exactly.
daughter will get married and take on somebody else's name,
Yeah.
or whatever, or
And that's how it is.
have a baby with somebody, and that's their baby. That's their
Yeah.
name being
Yep.
furthered. My
That's how it is.
sons
Yep.
are
Yep.
going to further my name. So
Correct. Correct.
I have more of a vested interest in their progression, and that's
Mm-hmm.
just what
Mm-hmm.
it is. And that's just what it is. I mean, people, like
That's
I said,
nature.
people
That's
forever,
exactly. That's how it is. That's how it is.
people forever they want to. Oh, and it's not that I don't love my daughter. It's not that I
No.
don't this or that. It's none of that. But my sons will further my name. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So at the end of the day, I have a vested interest in making sure they can do that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't
Mm-hmm.
get destroyed. They don't mess with the wrong woman and get destroyed in court. You know what I'm saying? That's my
100.
because
Exactly.
me
Exactly.
looking back on my life, where I would be. if I had the mindset that I have now? Where would I be in life if I was? And only word I can use is selfish. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even
Mm-hmm.
think it's selfish. You know what I'm saying? If I was more selfish and I worry about myself more instead of trying to have a being 21 and trying to. Family's always been so important to me.
Mm.
Always been very important to me,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just sad that they turned that into a bad thing. Somebody want family and legacy is bad. You know what I'm saying? Like any man, like I say this on my own all the time. If a man is about anything and wants to have anything, messing with a woman is not a good thing. And that is very sad for me to say because I'm pro family. I'm pro family like a mother, you know.
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
it's how you know I'm to the point where I'm supposed to lead my son to the slaughter.
Mm.
Nah, I ain't about that. I ain't doing that. I
Mm-hmm.
ain't leading
Mm-hmm.
nobody I care about, and that's what's wrong with feminism to me because it instills a not caring about your own blood thing. You know what I'm saying? For you to delete your own bloodline is insane to me. And I saw that
Exactly.
video. I saw that
Yep.
little video you put up earlier
Ah.
when they
Mm.
showed
Exactly.
the 8 months, eight
Uh-huh.
months,
Mm-hmm.
and that's crazy, man. These
Mm.
people are sick. You
Yep.
think
Yep.
that you think the government and you think the scientific community didn't know that? You
Mm.
know what I'm saying? Like 20
Mm-hmm.
years ago or something. They knew that 20 years ago. And
Mm.
that's what messes me up. People don't know what is going on. You know what I'm saying? They don't know, what is going on. They don't know what the scientific community knows. They don't know what the government knows and why they pushing this. And like I said, it wouldn't take long to get things straight. It wouldn't take because women are not all, but some women are very selfish and they only care about their own money and they only care about themselves.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't take long. A few women lose some money, and 'cause that's all they care about now. All they care about is money now. And a couple of women lose some money,
I
and
agree.
I think they will straighten up. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I think the fact that these women, and I'll say this, like even in my, I witnessed this personal experience. How is somebody trying to do everything for their child, and you still take them to child support and try to ruin their lives?
Mm. 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 Mm.
That is crazy. Like I think the child support thing is crazy. I think the marriage thing is crazy. And if we were equal, why are you giving somebody half of somebody else's wealth? If we're so equal, why are you um taking money from one person to give to another person unregulated? That's my
Mm.
problem. I have no
Mm-hmm.
problem with
Mm-hmm.
paying, you know, paying to see your child's life. No problem at all. But these mothers need to keep their hands off of it.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I'm
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah. People can feel however they want to about it, but I'm firm on that. These women need to be if the government if because that's what it is. The law is the government pretty much to me. And if the government cared even a half a bit about humanity, why are you taking from one person to give to another person unregulated? You know, there's no regulations on that. How many, you have to be really on it and you have to, I mean, to be honest, it's like your child has to tell you to, and most children don't want to go against their mother at all. Because it's human, like you said, it's human nature. Certain things, it's like I feel that these people have the playbook and they're using human nature against itself. It's making human nature eat itself. You know what I'm saying? Because certain things in human nature, and they just seem like they're playing into it to get a certain result, and that is money in their pocket.
Yeah.
And that's what gets me. If these people were so smart, they would see that. How can I see how can I see all of this stuff? And will all these most of these women can't. 80% of women can't see this stuff, but they would put them in the room. They want to say they're so much smarter than me, but they don't see how they're being used. They don't see how they've been used, especially since the 70s, even before that, but especially since the 70s, being used to destroy their own. I really don't understand it. You got women arguing about deleting their own babies, man.
Mm,
Crazy.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
We used to fight eugenics. We used to fight
mm-hmm.
eugenics. You know, we used to fight Planned Parenthood. Now people are running to it. That is wild. That's good, crazy work to me. We used to fight this stuff. You know, and it's disheartening to me. And like I say, I truly think I'm just to the point within my life with all of my being. I'm not letting mine get destroyed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not letting mine get destroyed. Daughter, son, nothing. You know what I'm saying? It will be a problem, and I'm different than these people. It's like I feel like a lot of people are broken because if you mess with minds, I don't think you gonna have a good night. You're not gonna have a good night because I ain't
Oh,
gonna rest until you feel it. I'm not gonna rest until you feel it, and that's just not me talking big on the internet. That's the actual truth of the matter. You know what I'm saying?
I yeah, yeah.
What is
Alan,
going on, boys? Hey, how you guys doing?
what is up?
What up?
Long time no see, my brother.
I know I've been busy, man. I took a bunch of night shifts. So I've been
Really?
just working, working, working. And yeah,
How you feeling?
I'm doing all right. Honestly, it's hasn't been too bad. How you boys been?
Chilling,
Pretty
chilling.
good.
Yeah, hell
Pretty
yeah,
good,
good to hear.
man.
I ain't even coming here to argue nothing really. I just was bored and I was like, yeah, hell yeah. DA's live. I just
Ah,
want to
I
say what's
love it.
up.
I love it.
What you guys talk about tonight?
I mean, I was just going on just to chat. It's not really anything planned, right? So if you want, if you all, I mean, if you ever seen anything of mine you recently or have different opinions, this is a chance. I mean, again, it's not anything is no scheduled or anything, right? So we just came on just to chat with each other. So
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, no,
you know,
fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, what do you? I don't mean to interrupt whatever you guys were talking about beforehand. I
no,
wasn't I
we were
wasn't
just
really
talking to talk,
watching.
right? We were just talking
Yeah.
to talk. So I love it, right?
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Saw the title of your stream.
No, yeah,
I thought that was kind of neat. You don't think so?
no, I don't. I
Like at
don't.
all? Not like as in like individual. Like obviously, people aren't really walking up to other people
Yeah. So
screaming
that's
slurs. Like
the thing.
obviously,
Yeah. So the thing
but just in
I mean is
general.
that. So the thing I mean is racism. There was a time when racism was an actual hurdle, an
Sure.
actual like you cannot move up in life,
Hmm.
right? You can't progress in life for the majority of people, right? Or at least a good chunk of people.
Yeah.
Today, it's an individual case, right? It's a, someone doesn't like you, you don't like them. That is today's modern day racism. So in my opinion, right, I don't think racism, just like I right here is like prompt two, racism isn't even a top five biggest problem in the black community. It's
Okay.
not,
I would agree with
right?
that. I would agree with that.
Right? And again, this is a thing where I think we have, I think racism today is just people being jerks to each other,
Dude.
right? It's just how it is. So I don't see it as an actual barrier, right? I mean, to some people, yeah. I'm not saying that there's aren't jerky people who are in power, but again, how it's like it's not systemic anymore. This is the thing where I 100% believe racism today isn't systemic, right? Because our government, all of our major institutions not necessarily. Again, there are some terrible people, right, that have power, right? But you can always sue. You can always get back. You could always, there's recourses, right? And plenty of people have, they have won cases, right? So if you can win cases and beat people at their bad attitude or their prejudice, I don't believe that the system itself is actually racist. So
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Hell yeah. I get you. I don't even necessarily disagree with any of what you said. I think that's yeah, it's fine. I'm with you on that.
yeah, and
I
but
just
this is also a problem where I have with, like, I'm not saying you, but
sure,
in
sure, sure, sure.
the left, right, the Democrat.
Yeah.
This is why I fight against them, because I believe
Mhm.
that today they're using that as a tactic to keep certain groups, particularly minority groups, in line. This is how for the last, I don't know, couple decades now, how majority black community votes 80%, I believe, 80-90% Democrat. This is how they keep them in line. This is how they keep them, because in my opinion, I don't think the Democrats do all that great for black community, right? Not
No.
particularly. But what they do is, if you keep on talking about racism, well, guess what? They will ring with it, they will love it, and they will vote Democrat no matter what. So this is how sadly the black community is always failing, because they vote party. They don't vote about ideology. They don't vote about the whatever people are running on. As long as you run on racism, right? The white man is a problem, white supremacy, white privilege, right? As long as you run on that,
Mhm.
that is good for them. And I think that's been a detriment. This is why I fight against it. I
Well,
think
okay. I guess
racism is a weakened mindset.
that begs the question. I mean, America's a two-party system, right? I mean, there's a 50-50. Do you think that the
True.
Republicans, in a aggregate, do you think they've done more
I think they
than the
just gave up.
Democrats?
In my opinion, I think Republicans have given up, because I think Republicans don't see the
They
point of
gave
trying
up, or
to
they
cater.
never cared in the first place. That's a
Well,
big distinction.
well, here's the thing where,
Because I'm
in
under the
my
impression that they never particularly cared at all. So a good amount of their older voter base also not caring isn't particularly interesting to me,
well,
right? So like I just look at it as just that's just how it's been. It's not. I don't think that
mhm,
every Republican modern day is racist by any means. That's
uh-huh.
an absurd statement. But I also think that for being a party that is actively not giving a shit ever, like saying that they've given up and just like whatever, it's not a big deal anymore. It seems relatively. I don't know. It seems not great. Honestly, make it worse, in my opinion.
Here's how I see it, right? I don't
Sure, sure.
disagree that there were a point where Republicans didn't cater to the black community, minority communities, and that started where Democrats geared towards
Well,
them.
let me make it
So,
clear. My argument, and just to say, they have been actively detrimental, like on purpose, like on purpose. To them,
well,
yes. So you can say what you want about them. Yes, a lot of their like decriminalization and like homeless movements, all this bullshit that they're trying. They want to help disenfranchised communities. I'm not saying it works. I don't think it does. But I'm saying that I mean at least they have a vague idea of trying, in my opinion. Well, like I mean, like the Republican Party has a very long history of actively detrimenting them for their benefit, and them
I don't think
saying
so,
and them
right? I mean,
stopping doing that isn't really an
no,
indictment on their character.
you got to think, right? A lot of the Democratic, let's say, the crime acts or certain kind of acts was under like Bill Clinton. You know,
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the
yeah,
94 crime bill.
I know. But
Yeah,
I'm saying that, like,
I
I don't. This is the thing where I don't. I think there was a point in time where I'm not saying that Republicans were the best thing for minorities. I'm not saying that. But to be honest, I think they were more about ideology, right? Christians, probably a bit of white people, but wealthy. I just
yeah,
think that,
they catered to the old Dixiecrats, and they did a
yeah,
pretty damn good
but
job. I mean, like, yeah, but you have to admit that. I mean, we can say this. This isn't an indictment on the modern party in any way, shape, or form. But the like 70s through 80s Republican Party was very much the only party that racists voted for. Like we can say that, right? That's not a bad thing. It's just
I mean,
how it was.
I'm not
It was
saying
the
that.
tough on crime, the tough on bust. I mean, it was the dog whistle party for all of the old Southern Democrats that wanted racism to still keep going after the civil rights bills. I mean, that's just kind of true. That's not even really much of an opinion.
Well, I mean, here's the thing where it's kind of disingenuous way to say it, because here's the thing where, let's say about both parties, right? When Republicans think about family, right? When they think about, let's say, Christian values, while Democrats don't necessarily do that. Yeah, I could say that, yes, maybe they geared to racist, but it's not necessarily because it's racist, because of it's a weird thing, because maybe racists do have certain, it's like I always believe this, right? It's picking the lesser of two evils. I
Mhm.
don't think that racists love Republicans. It's just that, again, they find more similarities. And if you find similarities, does it mean that you're racist yourself? I don't think so,
That's
right?
fair. Well, so Richard Nixon, big deal for modern politics, in my opinion. He did a lot to kind of start this like hard line in the sand between Democrat and Republican, in my opinion,
Mm.
especially after like the ship of Theseus party switch that everyone still argues about. I'd say that his whole like tough on crime stance that a lot of Republicans still are on, but they changed the wording, right? They're anti, illegal immigration and they're anti blah 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 blah. I mean, it's still a similar uh, platform of saying like we're tough on X, like it's just like an abject bad thing that everyone's like, yeah, that's an agreeable statement, but at the end of the day, I mean, it still does disenfranchise more people than others, or some groups more than others, rather. I mean, like, you know who Lee Atwater is? You ever heard the Nixon campaign quote?
No.
Can I share it with you? I'm not gonna say it
Go ahead.
all because it's kind of rough. I'm saying, I mean, this is real. This is a real quote. You can look it up. Lee Atwater, a Nixon fella, he helped him get elected. Said literally to an interviewer, uh, "Can you? By the way, is my mic working correctly?
It's shitty. Your mic is shitty.
Really?
You
Damn.
gotta upgrade, right? I would love for you to be a regular, but you gotta upgrade your shit.
But sometimes it works fine. On other shows, no one's really complaining. It's very strange. I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
why it does that. Let me
Now it
try.
sounds fine. Now it sounds good.
Now it sounds good.
I don't know what
Okay, good.
Your
I don't know
voice sounds good
what's up
now.
with it. No, anyway, but here's the
it was
quote.
up
And this
before.
is kind of what I get a lot of my opinion from it on is him saying, quote unquote, quote, you start out in 1954 by saying N word, N word, N word, N word. By
Hmm.
1968, you can't say that because that hurts you. That backfires. A lot of people don't agree with that. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. Tough on crime. You're getting so abstract now that you're talking about cutting taxes, and these things that you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites, quote unquote. I mean, he said these things about the original Republican strategy. I'm not saying that this is necessarily, it doesn't mean that every modern day Republican is racist. I think that's absurd. But I mean, the Republican Party was started as an active, or the modern day Republican Party was started as an active fuck you
Well, I mean,
to
here's the
the
thing, right?
civil rights Democrats popping up in the 1960s. I mean, so my opinion is yes, I'm glad to an extent that there is a party that's just kind of like, man, fuck it. Like we don't have to keep on with this. I get what you're saying, but like they've always been like that. Like the people
Well,
that could vote in 1970 for Nixon, some of them are still alive and they're still voting that same way, right? Like they kept these people in a lock. I mean, you talk about the Democratic Party locking down black votes. What about the Republican Party locking down racist votes forever? No racist is ever going to vote for the Democratic Party because the Republicans are still the states' rights, tough on crime. Let's bring it all to the Supreme Court, right? I mean, they're still
mm,
doing the same shit, in my opinion. So, like,
that's
obviously, I'm not saying that they're catering to that, but all of the people that were voting Republican in the first place because they were still just a teensy tiny little bit racist, they're still going to vote Republican no matter what.
again.
I mean,
I kind of
that's
think that I kind of think that's a little bit disingenuous, because tough on crime, a
really.
lot of tough on crime acts or bills were passed during Democratic,
I do agree. No, but I mean mostly like the
so
the
well,
Reagan
again,
mandatory minimums, things of that nature that were designed specifically to harm black communities that are still
but
in
this is the
place. I
thing
mean,
where,
they did
but
it
this,
on purpose. Clinton's crime bill, I agree with you. Like even the Obama stuff, I agree with you. It's not good, but there was never really an insinuation that it was directly targeting minorities. While a lot of these Republican things have come out to be exactly that. Even
well,
shit Reagan's fucking
I
administration
mean,
admitted the mandatory minimums thing was racist. It was specifically designed to keep black people in redlined areas. If you
well,
make
but
crack a
here,
5 year minimum and you make cocaine a 2 year, I mean, like that's actively
but
suppressing them.
but here's the thing you got to think about, right? Is that
Sure, I'm listening.
I'm not saying that again, I've always hate this, right? I'm not a lover of Republicans, right?
Yeah, I know.
I've always said this. This is it's a sad part of our government. It's always like you pick the lesser of two evils, right? They're both terrible. So I've never
Sure.
been an avid Republican, but I will say this that it's that how we have done our system is that we should nobody should be chained to one party, right?
I agree.
Party each party should cater to you. They should try to work for your vote, right? So I do think it's sad that neither party does something like that. They always stick to their base, so I always think that's bad. But this is the thing where I think it's disingenuous because both parties has been bad, right? I mean, like Harold, the Democratic Party started with they were slave
Yeah,
owners,
but that's
right?
they're not
Republican parties had
the
Abraham
same.
Lincoln. So
We
I'm
know
more saying that
this.
there's bad and good in both
KKK.
parties, right? Yeah, they're bad and good in both
That's
parties, right?
I
It,
wouldn't say that. I'd
oh,
say the Southern
you can look
Democrats,
throughout
sure.
history, right? I mean, I'm telling you, I think it's ridiculous that you think that, let's say during high level racism, the Democratic Party didn't have racism in them, right? I
No,
think that's
the old style Southern Democrat Andrew Jackson fuck 'em all party. Yes, I agree. It's not even
yeah.
remotely similar.
But
The same.
my
You,
point is
I mean,
that
the party switch is a
I think
complicated
it's
process. I
society.
agree.
I think it was society, not parties, right? Because I think, let's say, during high times of racism, both parties were probably had a bunch of racism in them, right? I think it's about the
Yes.
times.
No, but I mean,
This is
okay,
why
when I say
this is why
racism, I
like-
mean, let's say segregation party, right? Like, I mean, that's like about as racist as it gets in America, Jim Crow standards, right? Like, a pro-segregation party was about that was the final boss of fuck 'em, right?
But
I mean, we can
again,
agree
I
on
mean,
that.
I don't think the Democratic Party fought them that hard because they probably agreed. They weren't that bothered, right? I don't.
Well,
Because
yes and no,
this is
but
why
you
I
can
kind of like
see.
distinguish from today
Sure.
compared to the
No, that's what I'm
yesterday.
saying. That is worth a distinguishing. But I'm saying that the Democratic Party that started KKK is about 100 years removed, while the Republican Party that actively targeted black people during the war on drugs is about 40 to 50 years removed from that. That's my point. Like, I feel like an apt comparison. I mean, Donald Trump says that Ronald Reagan is his favorite president. We still have no one's running around saying, no Democrat today is saying that, oh, my favorite president was the Democrat Woodrow Wilson, who showed birth of the nation. No modern Democrat is even vaguely relating with these old style Southern Democrats. Like, none of them want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. There's a reason why they don't, invoke them in their speeches. Like, I'm saying we still have politicians in office today, usually on the Republican side, that are very, very sympathetic to these like actively discriminatory people that were, yes, a part of our history, but I don't think they necessarily need to be, admired and or celebrated. Which is, I find weird that so many Republicans refuse to just eat that, right? They have to celebrate them because they were on our side, and I think that's odd, and I think that it's weird, and I think that it caters to the actual racists of the United States. I think they know what they're doing. I don't think that every Republican in office is I won't live next to black people is racist. I think that's crazy. But they do know that all of the racists in their district are going to vote for them. They know that in the back of their mind. They're very aware of that in the back of their mind. And the fact that they don't call it out more often is what bothers me. And I think that is why, yes, they're both horrible in their own ways. I do agree, but I am very for full inclusion. I'm anti-discrimination in the majority aspects of a society. And yes, so the Democrats pandery? Yes. Do they make promises that can never come true? Yes, of course. But I do think that it's healthy for America to have a party at least willing to say, that sucked, let's move forward, than that never happened, what are you talking about? Right? Like, that's my opinion.
I mean, it's not like I don't understand that. I do. Right?
Yeah.
For me, is that it's again. I don't find that big of an issue.
Sure,
I just don't.
That's fine.
Again, it doesn't.
But when you say racism doesn't exist, I guess my problem with something like that is I think that we have different definitions of racism. I think there are a million different.
I never said
definitions
racism
of
doesn't exist, right? So I want to clarify that.
Oh, racism doesn't exist in like the modern world. So you're saying like systemic racism specifically?
I said you don't want.
Yeah, let's talk on that. You're right. My bad.
And second, racism isn't a problem, right?
Yes,
that's
got you. So, in my opinion, I think a lot of the liberal perspective just comes down to the idea that even though yes, like the Jim Crow South is dead and the Reagans are all out of office, they still led to the destructions of lives that are still alive. So I think the best way that I can put it, and I guess this is probably the most common liberal perspective. If you talk to most people, I feel like they would agree that I said this. Um, our idea of quote unquote systemic racism is the fact that these people that were actually, you're saying about real racism. I know what you're talking about. I mean, you're saying like that real racism. A lot of these people are still alive today. They weren't given a chance to own a house, right? So they didn't have a chance to pass that house down. That their child didn't have a chance to sell that house and move to a better area. They didn't have a chance to get a six-figure salary, which means that they didn't have a chance to pay the bills correctly, which means that their children probably went hungry, which means that their children didn't have as many children, which means, you know what I'm saying? Like it all gets passed down, right? So that's our idea of quote unquote systemic racism. It doesn't mean that we have a system that's actively discriminatory. Even if tomorrow, all of the things that even I still think are maybe a little discriminatory, even if they completely ended, racism is over, these people still exist. I mean, these
Alan,
people that
I
grew
love
up poor
that.
because their dad grew up poor, because their dad grew up poor, they're still
Okay,
poor because
okay.
of systemic racism. So until that they're given a equal playing ground, I think that's when
Mm.
quote unquote systemic racism is over. But that'll take another 100 years, man. So
No, no.
hearing
Here's the thing.
Republicans and
No, no.
conservatives
Let's,
say, "Oh, we're past that," it's a little
Alan,
odd for
Alan.
me.
Wait.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this
Talk
is
to me. Talk to me.
again. This is why. Thank you for coming on because people. I mean, I don't get enough people detractors coming on. So
Fair enough.
I always thank you for coming on. Now
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want you to help me disprove this. Right? Help me disprove this because this is my
Sure,
train of
sure.
thought.
I'm
Right?
listening.
I love what you just said. I love what you just said. Here's my rebuttal. Right? In about Asian immigrants, in
Yeah.
about 1 to 2 generations. Again, 1 to 2 generations. Asian immigrants are doing better than even white Americans.
Mhm.
They have white Asian immigrants, right, and 1 to 2 generations of Asian people,
Mhm.
higher marriage rates, lower
Mhm.
divorce rates.
Mhm.
They have higher education attainment, higher
Yes.
individual and family incomes, more than even white people in one
Yeah.
to two generations. So
Yeah.
I love that you brought it up because this is a thing where I'm not. Again, I've said this to certain detractors online is that I never discredit the past, never discredit the past of how ugly America is. What I discredit is that this continuation, because what you just said is exactly what I get, right? The pushback I get. And my pushback towards that is that I have an example that counteracts your viewpoint, right?
All right.
Asian immigrants came here poor, at least about 50 to 60%, or even maybe even a little more, depending on the certain studies or stats you look at, right? Not all Asian immigrants came here with like so smart, so well, no, right? At least at the very least, more than 50%, right? Came here as lower class to almost lower middle class Asian people, right? So they came here pretty poor, right? So on the almost the same level, if not worse, because again, no English, no job, no history, than black people, black Americans. Yet in 1 to 2 generations, Asian immigrants are doing better than even white Americans, they are 60 to 70% of the population, yet by per capita, right? And again, Asian people are what,
So
5%, if that,
let me
doing better than white Americans.
let me
So
clarify something. Let me clarify something. You say doing better than white Americans. So when I look at that, you say that's an average. Yeah, you see, right?
per
It's like
capita,
sure, but per capita is an average of all
yeah, that's
Asian
what I'm saying.
immigrants one to two
You have to make
generations.
it. You have to try
The
to make it
majority
apples.
of our silly CEOs and billionaires and stuff are Asian immigrants, right? Like 1 to 2 generations removed. I mean, a good amount of our business owners are they have citizenship in multiple countries, but they're American citizens, so now they get added to that list. So, like, in my opinion, I think that's a bit of a skewed stat if you want to go there, because I'm almost positive that the dirt poor Laotian woman that came over here in 1970 is not doing better with her children than every white person, right? I mean, you can say that on an average, sure, but there's a lot of dirt poor
I
American
said
or
per
white
capita.
Americans. Right, but per capita still it takes into account these like super rich, quote unquote Asian immigrants. I don't think that they're on the same level.
No,
That's my
I
point.
already, I already
When you think
proved
of an
that.
Asian immigrant, you don't think of the Indian billionaire who just got citizenship 2 years ago and had a kid here, because that would factor into your analysis,
No,
correct?
that's how would
Are you saying that? Well, I guess
Indian
my point is,
person count to Asian people.
I guess what you're saying when you say Asian, well, just in general, are you talking like Southeast Asian mostly, or are you talking like Central? Like, I mean, does India and
So,
like
well, people
India
from
and Pakistan, do
Asia,
they
Asian countries.
right? But do they count? I mean, seriously, yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, in statistics, they do count.
Right. So I'm saying that I mean a good amount of the Indian immigrants came here with money in their pocket. So I'm saying like the average, if you have two people
It's not an
and
Asian
one of them
country
has
though.
$0 and the other one has 400 million, the average between them is 200 million. You
Here,
can get
here,
a
let me
lot.
let
You
me
can
Asian
get a
let
lot of
me.
country.
skewed stats from that. You feel me?
Well, okay, no. Let me push back on that. Right. Let
Yeah,
me
I'm
push back.
listening.
I don't disagree. Right. We do have Indian immigrants come here. They do usually Asian immigrants come here a lot from the H-1B visa, so they have higher qualification. But this is why I mentioned, right, that
Mhm.
isn't the majority, right? The majority of Asian immigrants are like what is it? They came here dirt poor on
I guess
boats and all
my
that shit.
point is if it was a statistic that was specifically like, okay, let's compare three different demographics. You have
I can do it,
Asian
right?
immigrant that made 20K a year, you have a white immigrant that made 20K a year, you have a black person or a black fella that made 20K a year. Let's see how their generational wealth grows. I'm with you. I'm
Well,
100% with you. But I mean that seems like a bit of a cherry pick stat, though, no? I mean a good
it's not.
amount of Asian immigrants were coming here smart. A good amount, yes, I agree.
No, it's not a good amount. I'm telling you that it is actually the small
A good
amount.
amount that would be factored into that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, okay, but
No?
yes, I agree that averages, right? It may skew it a little bit, but there, I looked at, let's say, I look at income,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You're correct. Let me take out number one highest income, right? Is Indians. They go make about 150K. You can
Yeah.
take that out, right? I would say Chinese, the next one, 110K. Fine, you can take those out. Filipino, right? Filipino aren't necessarily coming here with high level education, right?
Yeah.
Filipino, 110. Koreans, 100, right? Japanese, 100. Vietnamese American, 95. Then comes white people, 85. Then Laotian, right? Those
Yeah,
aren't the
hell yeah.
typical CEO, about 75. Not that far
Right,
off
but
from
that's
white.
but I guess I'm not even
High.
arguing with you. I'm not even
Well,
arguing with it. I'm gonna say your shit is entirely correct. I don't know enough about it. I haven't looked this up, so I'm gonna
yeah,
say you're correct.
I looked it up because this
Yeah, I'm
this is
with
my
you.
argument, right? Because I looked it up. I really studied it as, I'm not saying I'm an expert in it, but I studied it because we go back to what you were talking about before, right?
Yes.
Usually Black Americans talk about the generational curse, or they talk about how the past still affects them today. And I don't necessarily disagree that the past is terrible. What I disagree with is the past still affecting you today, because I bring up in about 1 to 2 generation, even if you take out Indians, right? Indian Americans who, yes, they do abuse the H-1B visa a lot, right? Cool. But if you take out them, even Chinese people, right? All Southeast Asians are doing better than Black Americans, right? Black Americans, no matter the study and stat you look at, right? They're at the bottom. And Asian American, no matter what group, they're closer, right? They
Mhm.
do closer to white Americans, right? And in
Yeah, and
one
I was always
to
on
two
I was
generation,
always I might be totally wrong on this, but I was always I've seen that stat before. I've seen this
yeah,
stat line before. I've never looked. I was always under the impression that it was because of the reason for coming to America in the first place. I mean, I'm just saying like, yes, I get what you're saying, but like, I mean, I don't know, the single Vietnamese guy that came over with minimal money, got a job in the factory, started building his own well, maybe got married, maybe he had a family, got himself a house, is a very different situation than kid, the flat kid that had 6 siblings, but like, parents couldn't really feed him, so he got a shitty job. He's still working at McDonald's. Didn't have enough to to go to college, so he's still doing his best. Right? You get what I'm saying? I mean, like, yes, they're both factored in the same way, but I think that the idea that both of them were given an equal opportunity inherently because of the statistic is silly. That's always kind of how I looked at it, and I never
it
really
is
thought of it as a starter.
both of them start at, here's the thing, right? Both of them
Mhm.
start at the same position, 0, right? It's not, they're not white. Asian immigrants didn't have white privilege, right? They weren't starting at, again, like I said, I looked into these stats. I'm
Okay.
not disagreeing that, yes, there are some that came through the HB visa. There are some that came from wealthy families. That is not the majority, right? That is not the majority,
Yes, that's
right?
fine. Yeah, no, I get
And
you.
even
I
like
agree.
I
I
said,
agree.
even if I take out those numbers, right?
Mhm.
Again, the Vietnamese, the Laotians, the Thais, all these Southeast Asians, they are not predominantly coming through H-1B visas, right? A lot of them are refugees. A lot of them are, they came through family sponsorship. The majority of Asian immigrants came through family sponsorship, right? And they didn't come here with money. They didn't come here with money. This is why I always like to dispute, I'm not saying particularly you, but just my detractors who are usually black, who says this, Asian people, they don't come here with anything. So this is why I use Asian people as a bench meter, right? Because Asian people came here at zero, just like they could compare. And they even worse because they don't know English. Right? They don't even know English.
That's
fine. So they
already
came at a disadvantage, right?
Okay, here's my next question. Once again, I'm not even arguing. This is an interesting conversation. I like this a lot, dude. Hell yeah. Is this factoring into where they moved to? Like where they ended up settling down and once they got citizenship. So I mean,
the majority of them settled down in same areas as black people.
When you say same areas, are you talking like redlined areas or just like inner cities in general?
Inner cities, red line areas, right?
Statistic. How do they find that statistic? I'm just curious.
Well, you got to.
Don't think that the Chinese immigrant who actively gets to choose where he's going to settle down is picking.
Yeah, they don't get to choose.
Outside Chicago.
They're pushed into it because they're poor. They're poor immigrants. They're pushed into it. Again, there are. I mean, like you talk about racism. Asian immigrants are pushed into jobs like laundromats, nail salons, corner food stores, right? So they've experienced racism, right? Asian people. So, they didn't like have these high grade opportunities either, right? So they are pushed into low income neighborhoods.
Yeah. So, but okay, so let's just take all of this for fact, and I'm with you. I'm not going to say you're right or wrong. I'm not going to say you're wrong. That makes sense. That checks out. So you're saying that it is. I mean, in essence, you're saying that it's the quote unquote black community, whatever that means, the black community's financial strategies that have left them in this position overall. You're saying it's on them for this.
In the last 50, I mean, after Jim Crow, right? So I'm going to use that as the starting point. Yes. Because I think the death of their family, right? The death of the family unit, the death of a community, in my opinion, personal opinion, I don't have any studies or stat in this. The rise of a matriarchy, the death of the patriarchy, which is, in my opinion, contribute to the death of the saying unit in the black community. Sure. Right? Okay. Again, those are my personal opinions. I'm not saying those are factoring anything, right?
I got you.
I'm not saying those are factoring in. And again, I looked into these studies, right, where it is because Asian immigrants come in here with a certain mindset that, in my opinion, the black community lost, right? They lost this mindset, determination, drive, right? This is the thing. We all said Asian immigrants come here with a drive to do better. In my opinion, the black community have lost that drive because of supposedly believing in racism, right? Believing that they can't do better because of the white man. And this is why I promote white privilege should be not thought about. White supremacy shouldn't be thought about because it's a barrier.
I cannot co-sign that, man.
And again,
it should be thought about. I read neo-Nazi books for fun. I get a kick out of it. There's a lot.
I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm not saying that people don't believe it.
Enough to influence groups of people in America. I think so. I understand your point 100%. I think that you're making incredibly valid points. That's totally fine. I think we might lead to a different conclusion with a lot of this, but like I'm totally on your side about what you're saying. I get you. But to say that this is indicative of the fact that we shouldn't worry about the rise of a white Christian ethno-state anymore is, I think that's absurd. I really do think that that's still genuinely a problem, being that the people who, once again, voted, the same people. So I guess my point is, do you think that the idea of, general when you say white supremacy, I'm assuming you're talking about like actual, like, I can't say that. The type of people that, throw their arm up in a specific way, talking about slurs and all that, right? I mean, like, that's what you're talking about when you say white supremacist.
Okay, when I say about white supremacy, I'm talking about something, in my opinion, kind of differently, in the sense that
I want to hear what you're saying.
Right, today, no white man is better than a black man, right? They can't do things more than a black man. They can't do things more than an Asian man. Because, like, again, let me say this, right? If there's a such thing as a white supremacy, how are Asian people, immigrants, doing better than the supremacists, right? How are we doing
Well,
better?
I will say that once again, but that's also so the
You're
idea of.
allowed to.
Oh no, talk to me. What was you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying that they were allowed to. And what y'all was saying about the government, I think it's the same side of it's the same coin. It's a coin, and it's the same, different sides of the same coin. You know,
Mm,
I read this book called Apollyon Rising. It talks about more. It was about theologian. It talks about more, but basically they talk about
mm,
how it's the same side. And if you look into the symbolism that is used, they tell you that they are the same side. They are the same. They're the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
It's just it's different ideologies. Like Da was saying, it's like different ideologies. And if you get along with this ideology, you go into this side. And if you get along with this ideology, you go with this side. And
mm,
a lot of people are into identity politics. That means like Obama. I don't think Obama was. I think Obama wasn't for black people. I think it was
mm,
for other people, more just people in general. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it was
mm.
for black people. You know, people would disagree with me on that because they just want to see a black president. That's
Sure,
all they
sure.
wanted
I
to
get you.
see. You
Yeah, I
know,
get you.
and about supremacy, I think that and I witnessed this personally that certain people were allowed to do certain things, and is to these people it's not about Asian people being above white people. It's about black people being in last place. That's
Yes,
Yes,
what it's about to me.
yes, I agree. Yeah,
yes. That's where
exactly.
I'm getting at. That's where I was getting to go with this.
Because,
Honestly.
but here's my thing, right? That's exactly my point. I'm not trying to bring
Okay.
talk about Asian
Okay.
people because
Okay.
I'm trying to say that we're better, right? I'm
Yeah. No,
talking
I
about
get
Asian
exactly what
people
you're
because
saying. I would never
here's
say
my
that. Yeah, I know what you're
yeah.
saying.
Here's the thing where I think this is a problem, right? If the black community had worked with, unified with white people instead of hating them or fearing them or whatever, I think the black community would doing strives better than they're doing now, right?
I would
Yeah.
agree with that. I would think that if black people work with Asian people more,
If we work
things
with
would be
everybody,
better.
we
Not white
work with
people.
everybody. The Asian people beef with nobody. We beef with
Nobody.
nobody. I and that's the problem. This is why I would say
Except
this.
for black
I'm
people.
more nationalistic than I'm more than racial. I mean, I'm not like
No, it's
a
good.
big Asian power kind of guy. I'm more of an American kind of guy, and I think that's the problem, right? Is that we see each other by race. In this panel right here, three different
No,
races,
and
and
my problem
I
is
still like
saying
all of
that
you
I think that modern liberals are doing a better job at getting rid of that constant seeing people by race distinction.
guys. No, I think they
I don't
constantly bring
think
it
Yes,
up.
so.
100%. I would agree on that. I would die on that hill. Okay,
I
respectfully,
think
yes,
I think
identity politics
liberal
play a lot
people
into the. Yeah, okay. Talk to me.
sorry. I think
Hey, good. I
liberal
want to hear what you
people
say.
are
Yeah.
like, oh, come here while they're stabbing you in the back. I
Yeah.
think I think right wing people are more um I'm going straight at you with the knife. That's what I think it is. That's what I
And
think the
you'd
difference
rather
is.
have. And you'd rather have the guy that says, I'm going to kill you?
No, I know.
Because
I
you
already
know
know what they're
benefits
gonna
and
At
do.
just
least
says that
at least
shit?
his head at least his head's up. The liberal's
But
gonna
you, and
sit
you
there and
won't,
try
but
to
you,
hug me and stab me in the back.
right, but I guess that's I get what you're saying. I do understand
Both
the
of them
idiom.
are
I just
enemies to
I
me.
don't think that the modern day liberals who are saying, "Hey, let's stop all this fucking bullshit. Let's not do that." I don't think that they're trying to lull everyone to a false sense of security. I think that when Stephen Miller starts talking about immigrants instead of illegals, when he makes those Freudian slips in his argument in his pre speeches, right? He can say, you know, everyone's like, "Oh, he just slipped up. He didn't mean that." But I think that he did, and I think that that's way more dangerous to have in modern day American politics. I think that the guy that's actively saying immigrants are dangerous, full stop, point blank, period, is a lot more dangerous to the ideology of young people and specific just Americans in general than the guy that's saying we got to stop this white supremacy shit. We got to end this, even if at the end of the day they just want your votes. I'd much rather take the guy who's at least
Now
vaguely
I'd rather
attempting
know
to get a conversation starting.
I'd rather know it's poison in
So
this
okay,
cup.
but I'm saying, in
I'd
this,
rather
to
know it's
use your
poison in this
idiom,
cup.
the guy, you have two candidates. One candidate says, I am racist. I'm not going to do a fucking thing for minorities. And you have another guy who says, I'm not racist and I'm going to pass this, 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 and this. And at the end of the day, maybe in the background, they're still a little racist and they know that all of that's not going to work out, but they still pass like, one or two things out of it. Who's more beneficial
I don't
This,
to
believe
this,
in
that
the
this
community?
is,
illusion of
but
truth.
see, this is a thing
I
where I
understand what
always
you're
see this,
saying. You
right?
want honesty. I get what you mean, but like, I still think that the guy, even if secretly he's a fucking, lizard person who eats babies, like I'd still
I
take
think
him
both of
over
them
the
are
lizard
bad.
person that eat babies on national television.
I think
Personally,
both of them are bad. I think both of them are bad.
yeah.
But I'd rather know that the poison is in this cup instead drink the cup down and then, oh, I'm in a hospital. I've been poisoned. And
So, but
I
I,
can
but
agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that,
okay, okay, okay.
it's better to be poisoned than to know what's poison in that cup. I don't
But
agree with that.
here's a better thought, right?
Mhm.
As much as we hate, I mean, as much as the left hate Trump, okay, uh, whatever the things he says, I would still, I mean, again, I didn't really, I didn't care for him that much anyway, but I would still rather pick Trump over Kamala
I think
because
that's
of,
fucking crazy. On the
because here's
back
the
of
thing, right?
minority expression, you think
Because
that Trump's doing better job?
because you got to think about this, right? Again, no matter the character, right, the
Uh-huh.
type of person, I knew what Trump was running on. I knew the only thing I knew what Kamala was running on, at least the things I've seen, right? So I'm
I
gonna
was
come
gonna
into
say
the
this might be a little too.
like
Yeah, I get you. I
certain
get you.
I'm not the most informed or the ignorant mindset. I knew Trump was running on, deporting illegal immigrants. While let me say again, I'm going to preference. I'm not saying I was totally knowledgeable on what Kamala run. I knew what Kamala was running, still supporting trans movement. That's what she cared about. At least one of the things.
So you are I mean, actively, you are, and there's no shame in this. I mean, most people are. You are basically a single issue voter
No, no, no,
for this
no.
fucking woke shit.
No,
You're just
it's like
anti-woke. You'll just vote for anyone who isn't that.
no, no. For my thing is like I I'm not because I didn't vote either. I didn't
You
vote
vote.
because I didn't care for neither.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fair. Okay, I
that's
get
why
you.
like I said, I didn't really have a whole lot of knowledge of it. So
Yeah, yeah, that's
yes,
fine.
I didn't want
I
to
get
be a
you.
single issue voter, right? But like I said, I would still like even the things, the glancery things I knew about. I
Mhm.
would have picked Trump over Kamala, right? So my thing is that it's more about yes, you could hate the person, you could not like the person, but it's what like Trump could be the most racist person, right? But what he was running on, I would probably agree more. While let's say Kamala was the greatest, the nicest person around. Well, what
Mhm.
she ran on, I didn't agree with at all, right?
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
that's the
Oh
thing
yeah,
where I
that's
said,
totally
where
fine. I'm not saying that's
yeah,
wrong. I
yes,
get you
Trump would like
100%.
stab you in your face, but Kamala
Yeah.
will hug you and stab you in your back. That's the
I
meaning
just,
where
I
what
guess
they're
like the disagreement is that I don't think that Kamala Harris had any intention of stabbing us in the back. That's
well,
my opinion. I
I think
really don't see
Why?
anything in her policy, in
stabbing my back
anything
is
she
that
said.
you're talking about
Well,
like
did you know?
no matter how great she is, she's
I'm just saying in the
again.
modern political climate, yeah, I don't think that modern day anti-Trump or Dems have any other agenda other than this guy's kind of a piece of shit who has ruined American politics. We need him out. I think that's the majority of their voting bloc agrees, and they know that, so they're going to run on that opinion. I don't see why they wouldn't. And I don't see that I don't find them particularly disingenuous for continuing to do so. When actual white supremacist movements have merch of Donald Trump's face that they're selling for a profit, when the Proud Boys hang out Trump pins saying "I did that" with a swastika on it, right? That is way more indicative of the general vibe, the cult personality that he has created than like what trans people being part of the party than like
No,
gay people being part of the crowd
I,
that Kamala was like vaguely supportive of. She didn't even come out with any like pro-trans policies or anything. She didn't give a fuck. She didn't give a fuck. That was actually one of their biggest reasons why a lot of the more quote unquote, I guess you would call them woke people didn't vote for her. It's because she
well,
didn't give
and I
enough
saw a lot of
support
her.
for
I
that.
saw a
I'm
lot of her
saying that the
campaign
most,
commercials, right? Her
yeah, no, I
campaign
get you.
commercials,
Yeah, yeah, no,
right?
I get you. I'm just saying that the most radical far right Get him out of here. We need a Christian theocracy right now where America is going to burn. All of them fucking love the guy. And the majority of the quote unquote woke radicals that you would say, the leftist people, didn't even fuck with Kamala because she wasn't doing enough. So I'm saying, like, I don't see how you could consider her one of, I'm sure a lot of Democrats, the Chuck Schumers of the world, they definitely are backstabbers. Nancy Pelosi, for example, is a fantastic example of that, principle you're saying. But for Kamala Harris, I really don't see how you can consider her
What I saw with Kamala, she would just done. She just she would have just repeated like 4 more years of Biden.
Yeah.
Yes, and a lot
I
of
didn't
people
find
agree with
Biden's
that.
presidency all that great.
I
Right?
don't either. I get you.
So
And that
really,
was one of the biggest reasons
to be
why I
honest,
was
that's what
anti-Kamala near the end of the campaign. I'm with you.
and that was the problem with the
Especially
Democratic
after
Party.
Stacey
They just wanted the
Abrams
status
was-
quo, right? That's why they pushed her to the forefront.
Yes,
I mean,
100%. Oh, we
they
should.
didn't
Yeah, no,
have
they
anyone
fucked up.
better.
They fucked up bad.
So-
I'm with you. Yes, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Oh God, we're reaching common ground here. 100% with you as far as the quote unquote like establishment parties. But the I guess now in America, the ideologies between the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are like Democrat is like center left, and the modern Democratic Party is like center left. Maybe they get a little lefty. I mean, the lefties vote
Nah,
for them
they're
obviously
super
because
left.
they're more so than Republican. Yeah, by our standards, sure, but by the world standards, not even fucking close. I genuinely look up any of the more quote unquote liberal parties in like the Scandinavian countries, see the shit that they're passing, getting passed with flying colors, and
And
tell
that
us
shit is
that we're not
failing.
anywhere
And that shit is
fucking near
failing.
that.
And it's
Actually, it's doing a
failing.
lot better than we are in most
Nah.
aspects of
Well,
life.
this is
They have
the thing where
higher
I was
literacy
finding.
rates, have our higher
Would
healthcare
disagree.
outcomes, higher
Well,
GDP per capita.
I
So
would
they're
take.
doing
I
good.
gotta say this, right? I gotta say this. I hate how we constantly wanted to compare to Scandinavian countries. We're not like them at all, and we can't be like them. One,
No,
we are
I think that we
1,000
can
times
be.
bigger
I
than
think that
them.
that's like one of the
And
greatest lies that modern America ever told is that we can't be like
no,
these other countries.
because here's the
I think that we definitely could be.
no. You gotta think about this, right? We are 1,000 times bigger than them, and we are not homogenous like them, right? They are about 80 to 90% white people,
Mm.
right? There's a
That has
difference.
nothing to do with
We have
race.
more
and that-
diversity of
but
thought. We have
literacy
more
rates doesn't have
diversity
anything
of
to do with
thought
race.
in America,
Free
right?
healthcare doesn't have anything to do with race, though. I'm saying just
It
as a
does,
general.
because if we don't all agree with it, then we can't all agree with it. That's the
Well,
problem.
of
We have
course
more
not, 'cause we're in
diversity of thought in
Democratic
America
Republic.
than in those Scandinavian countries. I guarantee you. Let me say
just
this.
brought
I
up
guarantee you,
race.
if we
You
were
brought up
all
race.
yeah,
I don't know
I
what you're
bring up
talking
race
about.
because
Why?
it's diversity, right? We have more diverse of thought. We are more diverse
Yeah,
than
diverse
any
thought,
nation
sure,
in
but
this
I'm
world.
not. Yes, diverse thought, but
Mm.
I don't think that has anything to do with ethnicity.
It comes with ethnicity, right? Because how
I don't think it
a
does.
black person may think is usually kind of different than a white person
But
think,
like, I'm
or
a
an Asian person.
middle class white person who grew up or from a family of Irish Catholic and like English settlers. Like by every metric, I should be the most racist. Keep them out. I don't want them in my jobs person on the planet. But look at me. Here we are, right? So I don't think that it comes with it. My grandparents are incredibly racist people. I don't agree with them. So I mean,
You see the
I don't
difference
think
of
it
thought.
has.
You even in your bloodline, there's different thoughts. If you were a
That's what
Scandinavian
I'm
country,
saying.
every generation would usually kind of have a similar
But
thought.
they still vote. But they still vote. They still have different parties. They use ranked choice voting, which I agree is that's not even what we're getting into.
They're more
No,
trouble.
I mean yes, I suppose they're more of an homogenous like ethnic community, especially after World War II. But I don't think that really has anything to do necessarily with the quote unquote socialist practices that they use. If anything, they should be the way that America conflates socialism and communism is interesting. I bring up the Scandinavian countries. They are a good example for my argument, first of all. But I mean, you can even bring up the Australians, the
I
New
believe
Zealands
they're
of
the
the
same
world, right?
thing. I believe
I
they're
would say,
they're similar.
what
They
was
might
that?
not be the same thing. I said I agree that they are similar. They might not be the same thing, but they're
They
similar.
can become similar. My
And
point is that some of the most socialist, by our standards, by our definition of what socialism is, which is incredibly different from what the rest of the world thinks, from our definition, some of the most socialist countries were Soviet invaded countries for a good while. I mean, a good amount of these people, a good amount of these places that adopted, free healthcare or no fee on ambulances or free school lunches, things like that, things
you
that
just
modern
proved
day
one point.
conservatives
You just
claim
proved
are
one point.
socialist.
How the communists kind of appropriated the socialism,
No, but I'm
and
saying that the
at some
communists
point
came
it's
and
the same
they
thing.
raped their wives and they killed their sons. They took their land, they took their farms, they took everything as the idea of collectivization under Stalinist communism. And yet
Like what was done
still
to the Indians.
70 years later, when they have the freedom to vote, they're still voting for the quote unquote socialist thing. Socialism and communism are not all that similar either. Once again, by our definition, after our Red Scare, I think this is interesting. I'm not even arguing with you. I think you should just read into this a little bit more. I'm
No,
not
I
saying you're
think
stupid by
you
any means.
should. That's the thing. I
Yeah,
think
but
you
okay, but
should.
like
I think
McCarthy.
you
Okay,
know.
do you know who Joe
Think
McCarthy
you know.
is?
I think you know. Well, how about this? Instead of
So
asking me, how about this? Instead of
sure,
asking me, do I know about X, Y, and Z? You state
sure.
your opinion. How about that? First of
But I'm
all.
saying I just want to make sure that
Second
we're
of
on
all.
this. I'm just saying I want to make sure we're on an equal standing.
Second of all. I, I
Okay.
I don't understand. Let me just say this. Let me
Yeah,
just say
talk to me.
my piece, and then
I'm
whatever.
listening. Yeah.
I don't understand how we can be on this channel and everybody can state their opinion, but then as
Hmm.
soon as you come on, you want to overtalk everybody. You don't want to let nobody.
Bars, it's okay. It's all good.
You haven't let Da land his plane at all. You
It's all good.
haven't, because you're over talking. You're just over talking everybody, and that is disingenuous. And if you know, debate tactics is a tactic. You see, you think you know
It's called
more than
steamrolling, and I know what you're saying. I would say that I'm like an overly loquacious person.
everybody, and that's
I
crazy.
don't think I know more than everyone. And on some of these topics, though, I will be, to be candid,
Kamala,
I do think that I know more than you.
no, you don't.
You think
And
that
we can
socialism and communism are
and we can
similar
pick
things, and
a.
I think that's absurd.
Okay,
I think
okay,
that
okay.
most
Let me.
historians in the world would say that's absurd.
Okay,
It's your
wait, guys,
opinion. You're
guys,
fine to
guys.
hold it.
You're
Let's
crazy. You're
bars,
crazy. I bet
bars.
you.
It's okay. Bars.
All
Wait,
right,
come on.
all
Let
right.
me get a little bit rebuttal, right? Uh,
Yeah, talk
I
to me.
this is the problem where I think you know about the book, right? But you don't know about practicality.
That's
I
fine.
looked into, like, let's say Canadians. I looked, and I've lived in the UK, right? I've had. I mean, I'm not saying that. Let's say this. Even socialist programs. This is why all these other countries have a higher amount of taxes, right? Nothing is for free, right?
Yeah.
We're to be honest, it's this is why a lot of other countries are suffering from the cost of living even more than Americans are.
Mhm.
And the public, their public system, their socialist healthcare and stuff like that, they are suffering from it, right? I mean, they like it, but again, they one all these countries you can name with socialist programs like free healthcare and free whatever, we
Uh huh.
still outnumber them population wise, right? So that is also a detriment, in my opinion. I think population wise, it makes these kind of programs harder to do. Second, it's that again, even they are suffering from these kind of programs where I've heard so many, I've heard so many Canadians, and I know so
In
many from
Canada, yeah, I
UK
agree.
saying
Yeah, I
that
agree.
wait times are insane,
Yeah, I
right?
wrote a
Wait
paper on
times are
this. No,
insane.
I
All
really,
like so there's
so
problems and good
no, I
pros
know
and cons
exactly
to
what you're talking
everything,
about.
right?
Yeah,
There's pros and cons to everything. So
yeah,
in my opinion is like this is why I've told you this many times. I would have voted for Bernie Sanders because you know what? I say fuck it. Let's see if it works.
yeah.
But guess
That's where
what?
I'm at with it
The
right now
Republican,
as a
the
21 year
Democratic
old.
Party, right,
Yeah,
didn't want him.
I agree.
So even the own party didn't want this, right? So I always think that
Yes,
the supposed Democratic Party who wants all this, they didn't even push the candidates that would do this. So well, I'm you know what? This is why I don't really care about that stuff.
but this is why my argument that the modern Democratic Party isn't even vaguely close to the quote unquote lefties of the rest of the world because they actively suppressed the one true fucking DSA candidate they had in 2016 and 2020. Now there's a million of them, and Trump says that they're inherently dangerous. He says that they want to kill America. He says that they want to end America as a country. People that just have a different view of opinions of him, he actively goes and says that they are the same as Stalin, right? I mean, I think that's dangerous because they're not. By every metric in observable anything, they're not. But he still gets to get away with saying these things, which so my point is, I'm not a socialist by any means. It is a danger. It's a slippery slope of the system. The idea of like full blown actual "fuck you, give me my money" socialism is a disaster. I agree with you. But at the same side, full blown free market "fuck you, give me my money" capitalism is a disaster of a system too. We have to find a middle ground. And in my
It's
opinion, the middle
I,
ground that we found right now that is still way more right than a lot of these countries is kind of failing the average person. It's
this is
failing a good amount of
this is
people.
the thing where I've always this is why I to this day, I will still support a capitalistic nation, because even the Scandinavian countries, and by quotes, right, leaders that they had, they changed their supposedly socialist economy to a more free market economy, because
No, they've
during
always
these
been
socialist
capitalist.
programs,
They're not
right?
socialist economies by any
Well,
means. I'm just saying they're
even these
more
socialist
so
programs, right? They
than
have,
America. That's
right?
socialist programs,
They've
right?
changed it to more free market, more capitalistic, because it again, only capitalism has put as many people out of poverty as it did. Even China, right? China, when they started introducing more capitalistic ideologies and
Uh-huh.
tech tactics, it
Yeah.
helped China
Mhm.
get to where it is today. So this is
Agreed.
where I'm sometimes I don't really care about socialist programs, like, all these things, because like healthcare and stuff, because to be honest, at the end of
And
the day, I see more good results from capitalism, right, than I do from all the other ideologies. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm always open. If it could, but again,
would
I
you
just
pay $50 more in taxes a year to make sure that your neighbor, if they, let's
no.
say,
To be honest, I want to lower my taxes.
no, but I'm
I
saying,
just
I
got to
mean,
pay my
I'm
taxes.
saying
I
if
wish I
the,
could lower that shit.
no, I understand everyone wants their taxes lower, but with the way that our country's going, they're just going to keep going up regardless of if a Republican or a Democrat gets
Which I
elected.
hate.
Sorry. Yes, we should hate that, but at the same time, your taxes are still going up, and the person next door that has fucking gout still can't pay for a hospital bed and still will die at 70 because of it. This is my point. When we say that these are socialist programs, no other of these countries call it a socialist program because it's not a socialist program. It's a fucking given for them. We consider it socialist because we, our ideological fucking enemies for the majority of the last century, were communists. And Joe McCarthy came on his little fucking stage in the 1950s and said communists and socialists are the same thing, deal with it. And that got taught, and it kept getting passed down, and it kept getting passed down, and it kept getting passed down. And now we're here when Google is fucking free, and there's still grown people who say that socialism and communism are the same thing. That's what stifles.
I
That's what
didn't say
stifles
they're
it.
the
I,
same thing. I
yeah, I
said they're
didn't.
I'm not
similar.
saying you did.
It's a
I'm saying that a
difference.
lot of
It's a
people do
difference.
genuinely believe that.
But you said you know more than me. You said you. Let me just talk about
On that
Kamala
subject, yes, I
Harris.
do. Yeah,
Kamala
sure.
Harris. Kamala
Yeah,
Well, wait,
Harris.
no, wait, big bars. Before we do that, right? I wanted to say this, right? This is
yeah,
a
man.
thing where I really, again, the problem with how things are. I wish that they make capitalism better. Let's say the whole healthcare shit. It should be transparent, right? The price you pay should be transparent when every hospital you go. That is it's not because of, oh, let's make healthcare free or whatever. No. The problem is it's the corruption. That's the problem. It's not capitalism. Capitalism isn't the problem, or
Yeah, I
not
agree.
necessarily. It's the corruption. It's the
But
non-transparency.
the
Every
corruption would not
hospital,
be
oh,
allowed
you
to
price.
exist under these quote unquote socialistic programs. The
Yeah, because
corruption
things
No,
would be
wouldn't
that's
even
free.
crazy.
exist.
I don't think we
It's
needed
not
it, right?
free.
We could improve what we have if we take away the corruption, if we take away the, I don't know, the how we've been doing it, right? Because like I said, it is about, one of the things I like about capitalism, it's about
Uh-huh.
competition. It's the market. Every hospital, you should be able to see the price. You should know what you're paying. It should, so you can compare
I
prices,
agree.
right?
I agree.
But they do
Yes.
it underlined, right? They do it like you have to get this, you have to get the service and then pay the shit, right?
I
So no
agree. It's
doubt.
absurd.
So again, it's more about, again. I don't think. I just think that because our corruption, we're not doing it right. That is the
I
thing.
agree. And but what I'm saying is that the quote unquote the Bernie Sanders style of quote unquote free healthcare, of course nothing's free. I'm saying that if that were to be implemented, the people that are able to do that corruption wouldn't exist anymore because it would be run by the state. That's the
So
argument
so
here. I
you're
agree that the
saying
corruption is bad.
so you're saying introduce a whole new system instead of tweaking the system we have,
No, it's not a
which
new
is
system. We
crazy to
would
me.
tweak the system. It would just mean that the CEOs, the people that get to sign the bottom line on if this medication that someone, if they don't have it, would die, if it's $20 or $50 a month. I'm saying that person wouldn't exist anymore. It would be completely regulated by the market of imports and what do you call it? Not investigation. Ah, God, research. So
You
the
really
way that
didn't
the quote
address
unquote
my point.
socialist healthcare, the thing that we call socialist is just a given for so many countries, and they're doing pretty okay. That's what my
You
point is.
didn't address
We
my
call it
point. So
socialist because we're afraid of communists. I
you
agree. Communism is
rather
horrible. Communism is horrific and it will never work. Socialism
You
is horrific
rather
and it will never work.
you
But
rather
like the idea of
introduce a whole new. Okay,
okay.
continue.
No, I'm listening.
Because
I'm
you
listening.
want
I'm
to talk.
sorry.
You want to be seen and heard. So go ahead and be seen and heard. Go ahead.
No, I am interested in what you had to say. I was just finishing.
So you rather introduce a whole new system instead of correcting the system that we have now. That's what you're saying.
No, that's just, so. Well, to answer that quickly, the system we have now allows these people to just designate arbitrary prices without comparison,
Our
right?
government allows
So
it.
our government has allowed these private
Big
healthcare
pharma,
and
big
hospitals.
pharma. Mm.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
based on profit inherently. And my point is, yes, so yes, we would be tweaking it. These people wouldn't be out of a
no, we'll be
job. These people
overhauling it.
just the
See,
same
I
people that are
disagree with that point.
deciding the same people that decided that that needs to be raised, even though the research and actual drug prices did not get raised over COVID. The same people that decided that actually the consumer needs to pay more, they would still have a job. It's not like they just get fired and they're all on the street and then every healthcare. No, it just means that they no longer have the power to create the pricing. That's it. They still get to
Well,
do everything else.
then you
They
must
just
love what Trump did, right? You must
that
love
would be a
what Trump
T.
did, where
I
he
would love what did if it actually gets implemented correctly. I would love that. Absolutely. I do
well,
think
whether
that
it gets
what did
into
he call it? What did he
correctly,
call it?
that
Trump
is
RX?
again, yes, yeah,
Yeah, I
but
think
yeah,
that would be awesome if it was completely if it was allowed for everybody. I think that'd be totally fine. If everyone had an
yeah.
equal chance of getting it, yes. Which is what I'm saying. Which is what my opinion is. If Trump RX was available for
So you
everybody,
believe
It
even
is.
everybody
for
should get a
even the homeless
trophy?
guy that broke his foot last week and
It,
needed to go to the
You
it
believe
is.
everybody
hospital
should
It
get a
is
and
part of
got
the
trophy?
free market.
infected,
It's part of the
Okay.
market.
but it's
It's
not available for everybody. And that's my issue with Trump.
So
And he said that it was some big revolution, but all it really did was just help the people that could already afford the best of healthcare in the first place. That was my issue with it. Continue.
so
I'm
you
sorry.
rather somebody come you rather a homeless person come in your refrigerator and make a sandwich. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that if I had 84 million fucking sandwiches and one homeless guy said, "Hey, can I have one?" I would say yes. If I had one and I wanted to eat it, then no, of course not. That's crazy. But I'm saying that if I was running a sandwich store and had a surplus of millions of them, and a homeless guy's asked for one, I think it's kind of fucking evil to say, no, actually, you didn't earn it, which
I
is
don't think
what
our
the
I don't
modern
think
So
our
you're
system
saying
was.
I don't think
I
our
don't
medical
agree.
system would do that.
I
Right? I
That's what
don't
I'm
don't think
saying. I'm
agree.
saying
America.
we have this constant surplus. We have this constant profit factor driving healthcare prices. It's all about profit. And I'm saying that if you eliminate that, if we give everybody a flat fee, including hospitals, a fair flat fee, yeah, I would have no problem with the homeless guy using said flat fee to fix his broken foot before it gets infected. Would have no issue with that. I really don't have a problem with that at all. So yeah, if you're
I think you're
using
mixing
that
common
analogy,
decency with socialism. I think you're mixing common decency with socialism. And
I think that your definition of socialism is different than mine. And I think that's where we're kind of finding, I think that's where we're hitting the wall, big bars. My idea
yes,
of socialism
I
is the
agree.
American,
I think you believe what you're told, and I believe what is it is. That's what I
but what
think.
I've
I
been
think you
told isn't,
believe
but I mean,
what you're told.
I am young. I mean, like, yes, I haven't lived, I haven't seen as much stuff as you guys. I'm never going to
You
detract
are
that.
young. You are
Yeah.
young.
But I also read
I'm
the
just
same
talking about
shit.
basically. I'm talking about basic respect. You're young.
Yes.
You're
Uh-huh.
young. You just said you're young, but you said you know more than me about a subject when I've lived like two times as much as you. That's insanity, man. I'm gonna tell
Yeah, I
you right
think
now.
that,
That's you
yeah,
might
I
want to
think
check
that
that. That's
I
It's
don't
all
ego.
know.
good.
I read 1984 the other day. My grandmother, who's lived three times as long as I, didn't ever read that book. I'd
Studied
say
it
that
for
I'm
20
probably more
years, and you think
knowledgeable
you
on
know
the
more than
subject than
me.
her.
I've been
No, I'm
studying
saying
for
like the
20
book that
years,
I
and you
read
think
that
you
she
know more
didn't.
than
Like,
me.
yeah, I'm sure she probably knows more about the overall world than me, but I'm saying in that specific subject, yes, I do believe that I would have a better argument
Let's okay. I mean,
Theory
for
is not
1984.
reality. Theory is not reality. I think you're talking about theory,
But
and
I'm
I'm
saying that this
talking
is
about
theory that has been
reality.
implemented, and I'm saying that my theory has been implemented in other places with nothing, with literally no loss. The Canada thing that
here's the
everyone
no,
likes
no,
to bring up.
let's get back on track. I get it, but it's
No, no,
fine.
I want to stay on that for a
I want
second.
to
Kamala Harris.
I want to
You
say this
realize
right.
that
I
I want to
young
think
say about
people
Kamala
have
Harris.
access. So the things that you
it's
guys have access to when you were kids, we now have access to through the internet, right? I mean, like everything that you got your worldview off of, I also have access to it. And a lot of your young people are way more politically active than they used to be back in the day. I'm saying that there is a really high chance that a fucking 16-year-old has had the exact same quote unquote life experience in this subject as you did, just because they decided
Crazy.
to really have a focus on it, which is what I'm
Crazy.
saying, because I do.
That's
It has
crazy.
nothing
Okay.
to do with
That's
you, and
crazy.
it's not even disrespectful to you. I'm just saying, like,
It
yeah, dude,
is.
I
You
read
said
this
you know
shit.
more than me about a subject, and that is
Yes, I
kind of
do.
crazy. You don't.
I do
You
believe
It's
that
don't.
I know more about you on this
You
subject
don't.
because you
And you
said that
could give me,
communism and
give me a
they're
week.
similar.
Give
I think
me
that's
a
fucking
week.
crazy.
Give me a week, and I'll have my own channel, and you can come. We can come talk
Yeah,
about it.
fuck yeah.
okay.
Okay, word. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay, but
I
But
mean no
Kamala
disrespect to
Harris,
you. I mean no
Kamala
disrespect to
Harris,
you, man.
Kamala Harris,
Yeah, dude.
Kamala Harris,
Uh-huh.
like pushed for no DNA tested with free, probably thousands of people when she was, uh, what was she at? Like,
She's
San
a
Francisco
prosecutor.
or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. She was like the district prosecutor or something. Yeah, and I
She
agree, and I think that's
she she
despicable.
rather she had rather keep people in innocent people in jail than mess
Hmm.
with her numbers.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
can't respect that.
for the profits of the city and state. She did that because her
I
job
can't
required her
respect
to
that.
make her
I don't
more to
respect
make
that.
more money. Yeah, I don't
I don't
respect that either.
respect
For
it.
the record, I don't either.
You know,
I think it's
that's just my
crazy.
thing.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
saying
it. That's it.
I 100% agree with you. I think this is the other thing that we conflate. We assume that just because people voted for someone, it means that they automatically agree with everything they've ever done.
oh,
I'm
really?
saying that
Again,
No, they
you
did
kind
not.
of.
They don't
But this
know.
is the thing where I want to say this, right? It's kind of like
Yeah,
you said, even if you vote for someone, you agree with
mhm.
anyone. This is a thing where the same thing kind of applies. Even if racist votes for Trump, it doesn't mean that Trump is racist or the Republican Party is racist necessarily, right?
No, I think
This
that
is a
Donald
thing where
Trump. No, but I think that Trump
well,
is racist. Regardless, if every
that's a
King
lie.
member
This
decided
is
to
this is
vote
the
as
problem, right?
Democrat tomorrow, it wouldn't change my view.
It is kind of a lie because
Look,
before
my
before
point is
wait
that.
wait
Okay, I'm sorry.
wait before he
Yeah, I'm
ran for
listening.
presidency,
Uh-huh.
the black community loved him, right?
He also said that the
Democrats
Central
loved him.
Park Five should be executed in a state that didn't have a fucking death
No,
penalty. Have
no,
you
no,
ever heard about
that's
that?
been debunked. That's debunked, right? That's been
He
debunked,
wrote an
right?
ad. No, whoa,
He didn't
whoa, that's
say
not debunked. Wait,
yes. He didn't.
whoa. You said that. Whoa, it's an ad. It's on the. It's you can read it. It's right. It's there. He's admitted to it. He defended it. Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Debunked. What does that mean? Look up Donald Trump Central Park Five ad. Look up what it says. I might be totally wrong on this, but I've seen it. I mean, like it could be completely doctored.
No, okay, let's look it up.
Okay.
But I do still say that while it's running, that
Yeah.
before he was presidency, a lot of black people, right, said that or a lot of black people were for him. Now, okay, uh let's
Do
see.
you see what I'm talking
The
about?
ads. I'm gonna do it right. The ads were headline: "Bring back the death penalty, bring back our police," and I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. It has
In
really,
specific relation to the mentally disabled 16-year-old that copped to a murder after 16 hours in police interrogation. He's
yeah,
only
it
talking
has,
about that. That's a
yeah. But
dog
this is
whistle.
the thing where
That's
it's talking
rough.
about criminals.
No, but he's talking about the mentally dis. No, this
He's
is what I
talking
was
about
talking about
criminals.
with dog whistles. This is what I was talking about with the modern Republican Party. This is what we started the conversation with, dude. You start saying things like criminals and muggers and all these things, but he took that ad out when a 16-year-old mentally disabled person was under investigation of a crime that he ended up getting exonerated for, man. Like,
But he's
yes,
talking
I'm
about
saying that, yes,
see, but this is why this is kind of disingenuous. But he's talking about
no,
criminality. He's talking about
no,
the
but he
criminality.
took out that
Right?
ad
Criminals
specifically
should
to
be
get
killed.
him convicted. He took out
But
that ad to sway public opinion before the jury trial
but
for that
here's the
one
thing with
guy
this.
who ended up getting exonerated, man. This
I'm
isn't
not
even a
okay,
debate. I didn't
but
even know
I'm not
people
saying that
argued over this
because
anymore. I
I'm
thought
not
that
saying
we
about the
all figured this
results,
one
right? I'm
out.
saying that again, it's the mindset, right? Whether he exonerated, great. But the problem is that I do believe criminals, right, should be receiving punishment, right?
I
Should
agree.
this is the thing. I've said this before, right?
Wait,
R-word people, right? People who R-word children,
no.
they should be getting the death penalty.
I
So if
agree.
you're a criminal, you should be getting the death penalty. Now, you could be
Oh,
exonerated for murder, but that doesn't
yeah.
change the fact that if you kill, you should be killed, right?
Right,
So
but I'm
this is
saying,
why
well, let's say
it's not necessarily
if you
about the
got
race
framed for
itself.
a crime, but if you got framed for a crime, you know you were framed for a crime. And let's say the prosecutor came out that courthouse before the trial even starts, during like your preliminary. He came out of the courthouse and said, "This man killed this person. Also, crime is bad. This crime is so bad. We need to do something about this crime. Also, by the way, he definitely fucking killed the guy. Are we talking right?" And then continued on his crime rant. Like, yeah, you can make the plausible deniability argument 40 years later saying, oh, he was just talking about crime. But you know deep down, DA, you know that he was talking specifically about you to try to influence a jury using his multi-billion-dollar company to do so. I
Well,
don't think that's really nice. I
I
think
mean,
that's weird.
but this is a thing where yes,
Would you be
he had a
happy
power
about that?
dynamic. He had a
Would
power
you say
dynamic.
like, oh yeah, it was just he's just talking about crime, you know? It's not like
Am
it
I,
had
would I be
anything to
happy
do with
if I was the
me.
person who was if I was one prosecuted? No, but here's the thing. That's not. This is the thing where I will believe I'm innocent. You think others would? That's the thing where that's not how society works. Yeah,
Alright.
no, you will believe you're innocent. Why should other people believe you're innocent? You didn't
No,
prove
but
it.
I'm saying, but no, my point is, yeah, in a societal sense, sure, but I'm saying that Donald John Trump, the man,
Yeah, even if he had
said
power,
these
he's
things.
still
He
public.
used
He's still
millions of dollars to do this for no fucking
yes.
reason.
He used his influence, but again, it doesn't
He
mean it
let the
makes him
Proud
different
Boys
than the average
continue
person.
moving. He said that Haitians eat cats and dogs. He said that immigrants of
No,
any
no, no, no. I'm talking
caliber
about.
are
See,
inherently
this is a
dangerous.
thing where
I'm saying that he says
again,
these dangerous things. Maybe he's not a racist, but he knows what he's fucking doing with it.
He's a
He knows the
dummy. He's
people
a
that got
dummy. He's
fired
a
up from
dummy.
that ad were not the anti-crime people. They were the anti-black people and Central Park people. He knows that. He's not stupid. Donald Trump is not stupid. I don't. He's not Sleepy Don. He's a very
I don't
smart,
think
calculating
so.
person. He is
yeah,
a
I don't think so.
absolute genius when it comes to this stuff. I will give him that.
Money doesn't equate intelligence. Money
No, but I'm
doesn't
saying
equate
I think that
intelligence.
Trump is very smart. I know a lot of libs try to say that he's like dementia Don or whatever. I think that's fucking crazy. I know. I think he's incredibly smart, and I think to plead
I
ignorance
don't
for him
think so.
saying
I
these
think
things as
that's
just like,
just
you know, he's just
over.
talking about crime. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's the fucking definition of a DA. Not
no,
a slight against you. I'm just saying that I think that sweeping those sorts of things under the rug allows even more manic Donald Trump, who really is just going to
no. This
end
is a
all
thing where
immigration.
this is my point where I think people misconstrue certain things. Right, saying something about Haitians doesn't mean that you say something about blacks because let's be honest, right? uh,
I
foundational
know.
Black Americans don't view Haitians in the same way. They don't even
Of
view
course not.
Africans in the same way. So there's
Yeah, I
differences,
know.
right?
I
There's
know.
pure differences. Foundational Black
Well,
Americans do separate themselves from other Black minorities. So
okay,
again,
so
that doesn't make
another
you racist.
example. Can I give you another example? Nick
Go
Shirley,
for
you
it.
remember him?
Yes.
Everyone remember him still? Yeah, his
Mhm.
whole statistic, the whole 95% of fraud committed in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. When he said that on national television. And then Trump invited him to the White House as a journalist, right? He said that without actually waiting for the numbers to come back. When the numbers came back, it had nothing near that, right? It was not 95% of all fraud committed in Minnesota was committed by Somalis. It was 95% of that one fraudster scheme that, and yes, was bad, and I think they should all be punished for it, was perpetrated by Somalis. But Donald Trump championed him. Donald Trump said this is a sign to investigate all Somalis in an entire fucking state. And when the state said you can't do that because he can't, he said, "Get fucked. What are you going to do about it?" His fan base blew the fuck up on Somalis by overnight. Nick Shirley is a lying fraud, which is fine. We're allowed to have lying frauds. Lying frauds are what built this
Well,
country. But I'm
I,
saying that
I
when you have the president of the United States championing an openly racist lying fraudster who's saying that it's all about, oh, I'm just trying to uncover
this is
fraud.
my no.
That
This
is
is
what I mean. I don't think
that's
Donald Trump himself looks at Somali people and goes, ew. I think that
here.
he knows that a
That's
good
kind
amount of
of
his
a
voter base is actively very against all immigration. So would he invite someone like Nick Shirley? Donald Trump is not stupid. I'm saying Donald Trump or
Wait,
anybody.
Alan. This is my. I kind of think that's weird, right? In the sense that, again, He probably misconstrued numbers, but here's the thing: where fraud is fraud. I don't give a shit if it's 95% or 50%. Right?
All right, but
Fraud is fraud.
50%. I understand
Uh,
fraud is fraud, yes, but fraud is fraud in one specific area does not mean that every Somali in Minnesota should be harassed for it,
but you should be. But like
right?
when one group is predominantly doing this fraud, why
No, but
don't
it's
we check?
not predominant. Yes, I'm saying if the Nick Shirley data was correct, I agree to an extent. I'd be like,
Well,
yeah,
but I
fuck
mean,
it, why
but it
not?
is correct
And
that
if
they're
it's
doing
incorrect,
fraud. It is correct
but
that they're doing fraud.
yeah, the same way that it is correct that white people are pedos. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to investigate every single white person for that crime because that's fucking crazy. And we would never do that in America because we really like whites. We have white people in power. We have white people as our ministers. We have white people as everyone.
But
We
here's
would
the thing:
never do such a thing.
we do prosecute pedos.
No, but we don't stop. I'm saying we do prosecute. I'm saying we don't stop every single white person on the street to ask them if they are a convicted sex offender, right? Even though they do it at
But
a
this is the thing:
much
they're not gonna
higher
they're
predominantly
not gonna.
rate.
Again, it's a specific fraud. These daycares, these health cares,
No, but it
that is
was
what they're going.
one.
They're not going to go
Okay, so
a Somali that's working in a laundromat or a Somali that's working at a grocery store. No, I think they will be targeting these types of businesses, right? Which
no, but
are
I'm
owned
saying
by Somalis.
when the ICE takeover started after Tim Walz said no and Trump did it anyway, which I'm not a big fan of inherently. When that started, they did start targeting Somalis at the laundromats and at the corner stores. They treated all of them as hostile inherently. The ICE memos that went out said that after identifying a first generation Somali, you must question them on this. And I'm saying that I don't think that that's a healthy way to run a country. And first of all, and I also think that Trump is not stupid. Therefore, he could have looked at the numbers the same way that Nick Shirley did. Nick Shirley lied for money.
Well, you
We
have
know this,
to.
but
This is a
Trump
thing
had
where
no incentive to do so. He could have looked at the same numbers, gone, "Oh, obviously this is bunk. I'm not going to invite this guy. I'm not going to platform this guy." But he did it anyway, DA. He did it anyway, and he used it as a political move to make Tim Walz look like an asshole. Which Tim Walz is kind of an asshole, but not for that. He used it as a political move that just led to more Nick Shirley types just going into Somali businesses, just harassing them and yelling at them and saying, "Where's the fraud? Where's the fraud?" I think that's a net negative, and I think that Trump knows that. Trump is not a stupid person. Donald Trump saw the same numbers as Nick Shirley, and he said he looked at him, and if I guess if he really is that fucking stupid, he wouldn't have noticed. But anybody other than Nick Shirley who looked at those numbers went, "Ooh, that's not what that means at all." But he still did it, DA. And I think that that unfortunately is a little indicative of at least a passive support of the modern white supremacist movement, in my opinion, or at least the modern anti-full
I
immigration
I
movement.
will no. One of my biggest gripes about the government
Yeah.
is fraud, is the lack of transparency, right? So
No, then
I will
and
still be
everyone assuming.
for, if let's say, and again, yes, maybe it's not the biggest fraud thing in Minnesota, but if there's fraud in it, if there are scams, if they're misusing of taxpayers' money, I don't
Yes.
give a shit if Trump looks into it. He
I
should.
agree. I agree, but at the same on the same handle, and obviously this is just how it goes. Presidential pardons are a weird middle ground. Biden had weird pardons. Obama had weird pardons. Everyone has weird pardons. I'm not going to use this as an indictment on the president's character. Everyone gets their friends out of jail at the end of their presidential terms. But my point is
Yeah.
that Trump championed this whole anti-fraud thing to use as an example, as a scapegoat to just target a bunch of random Somalis with DHS, when he has pardoned at least 5 financial criminals, right? I mean, like he pardoned like actual frauds. There's a list online of all of the people Trump pardoned at the end of 2020 because he didn't think he was coming back. I think that's another interesting part about these like two-term presidents is that Trump, after losing, which he knows he lost, he was very aware that he wasn't going to get elected again. So he pardoned a bunch of fucking random like businessmen and just like random people that committed financial fraud because they were his friends, thinking that he was never going to come back. Now that he's back and fraud is a big issue, now he's apparently the chairman, the championing the biggest fraud busts in history. But I mean, the call's coming from inside the house with him specifically. So when
Uh,
he platformed, I'm serious, look it up. This is all out there. Everyone really likes to get on Joe Biden for pardoning Hunter, which I understand. I think it's kind of a weird thing for him to do. I agree. When no one wants to talk about the ones that Trump pardoned. Trump pardoned a ton of financial criminals, actual fraudsters, for millions of
here's the thing.
dollars. I mean, people that disenfranchised the public for personal gain. He did that thinking that he was going to get away with it. And it sucks because he did get away with it because no one fucking Googled it before voting for him a second time. I don't like
No, I'm
that.
not
I think.
again. But here's the thing: where I'm not again. I didn't. I mean,
No, you
I'm
said
not
you're
saying that.
so against fraud. Wouldn't you be upset at the modern Republicans for not
I,
doing anything fucking about that? Wouldn't
okay,
you be
maybe.
upset at Nick Shirley
Okay, well
going
then,
to the White
well,
House
here's the thing. Right
and
here's the
not
thing.
mentioning
Educate
it?
me. Educate me. Did the people he pardoned? Did they fraud the taxpayers?
We can look it up together.
I don't really
All right,
know.
I'll look
Who
it
are
up.
these
I'll look it up.
people?
Seriously,
Right?
I'm looking it up right now. There was just one big case where it was a big embezzling scheme that came out of, I think, oh my God,
I
I'll
mean,
look it up
because
just
usually
to make sure.
white
I don't
collar
want to say any
crime,
misinformation.
is like it's not like it's usually business things, right? It usually you defrauding. I mean, it's like I don't know. I don't want to necessarily get into the weeds of it, right?
Okay, so the first example, Todd Chrisley. This is off of Google, pardoned in 2025 after being convicted of bank fraud and tax evasion. Prosecutors said that they had used false documents to obtain more than $30 million in loans and consume income from the IRS, meaning that that is taxpayer money. Taxpayer money they use instead of giving it to the government. Trevor Milton, pardoned in 2025 after being convicted of securities fraud and wire fraud for misleading investors about his electric tech company, meaning that the money he should have paid to the government for roads, for housing, for anything in between, went to him instead. Michael Fiore, pardoned in 2025 after being convicted of federal wire fraud and misusing donations that had been raised for a police memorial. These people stole money from their cities for personal gain, and Donald Trump said, "Yeah, fuck it, that's fine, that's fine, that's cool." But then the moment that a Somali gets convicted of fraud, he loses his fucking mind. Do we have to send all ICE agents in the area to Minnesota to really? We got to sort this thing out. We really got to sort this thing out. Lawrence Duran, his prison sentence was commuted in 2024 after being convicted of a large Medicare fraud scheme that could have frauded individual payers. I'm sorry, DA, but you can't win this one. Donald Trump is
I,
not anti-fraud. He's
I
anti-Somali fraud
I
because
never.
he's
Here's the
anti-Somali.
thing.
I know. I'm just saying, dude. This is
I
these are
never.
like
I
these are
never said
real
he was
patterns.
anti-fraud,
I
right?
know, but you get what I'm
I'm
saying,
saying
right?
that like, but
He he doesn't believe that white collar crime is really a crime because he's done it.
Right.
How do
Well,
you? That's what. Yeah.
The Somali dare care fraud scheme was about defrauding white collar people too. It was defrauding rich people out of kids and using basically like shell companies to embezzle money. Like it wasn't they weren't going around stealing money from poor people. It was the same
it was
mechanism.
the government money. It's not.
Right.
It's not
Same
rich
with the
people.
people that defrauded the IRS and defrauded all the, I mean, the same people that Trump has pardoned, actually more so in the case of the people that he's pardoned. This is my point. That's why I think that he is unfortunately still kind of racist, or at the very least knows that racists elect him at the very least. Because
I
when
don't know.
he sees
Again,
I
something
don't
like
think
that, he
racist is
goes,
the
"Ah,
word for
fuck it."
him. I don't
for
But
think
me,
no,
it's like
you don't see why I would maybe draw that conclusion from this. He went on a full campaign to make DHS make these people's lives fucking miserable for like a full month just to find no fraud. He went through all of this that's taxpayer money, by the way, to feed, to clothe, to house, to just put these ICE agents on payroll for being in another state because you have to raise their quote unquote salary when they get moved around like that. So that's real taxpayer money getting put into those soldiers. And they found nothing. So he wasted a ton of taxpayer money to find nothing
so.
over
So
that,
so if you
right? So I'm
look
upset with
into
him on that.
the
I'm not a big fan of
government
that.
where they charge a toilet seat is like $30,000.
What was
Toilet
that?
seat 30.
Oh,
I said if you look into the just what the government spending, they
mhm,
say a toilet seat is $30,000. One,
okay.
not all, not all toilet seats. One toilet seat is $30,000. That's what they put on books. That is a fact. That's what they do.
So let's see for what? I'm sorry.
I'm saying, I'm saying that
Mhm,
really on some level. Now he might be semi. I don't think his racist is the word, but he might be something because he doesn't have no problem when people he or people like him defraud the government, but he has a
mhm.
problem when other people do. I will agree with that. I
Yes.
agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But my issue is that he is just as corrupt as everybody else. That's my
Yes.
issue. I
Yes.
think the whole government system is actually rather corrupt. The left
Yeah,
side
I agree.
also, very, very much
I
so,
agree.
very much so, very much so. That's what
Yeah, I
I
Yeah,
mean,
think.
man.
that's why I kind of agree too. Like, I'm not like, I've never tout myself as the biggest Trump fan anyway. I just,
I
again,
know.
like I said this countless time before. At the end of the day, I don't disagree with you on what you just said. It's that, again, at the end of the day, it's like it's the lesser of two evil. Do you think Kamala didn't, have have whatever done shady things? Of course, I believe so. So
Yeah,
at
she
the end of
probably
the day,
did. But she didn't
I
fucking
don't.
flaunt it, man.
Yeah, but
She
here's the
didn't
thing: I
trick.
don't
She
care.
didn't trick her voter base into saying what I do is correct and what everyone else does is worse, though.
Well,
Right? You
no,
want to talk about stabbing in
Trump
the back?
actually
Why
no.
didn't he talk about this shit? Right?
One of
Why
the
didn't he
things
run
that
on this?
one of the things that I loved, right, when Trump was running, well, at
Uh
least
huh.
with the Hillary thing, is that he
Oh
said that
yeah.
yeah, he does tax evade, right? Well, he says that all of us do it,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah. That'd be fun.
this is the thing, right? I rather you be blunt. I rather you tell the truth, and
Uh
because
huh.
this is the thing. I think again, Trump is a clear example that we have holes in our government, but yet
Hmm.
we will never fix it. Right?
But I think that other
Neither party
candidates can
will
fix
fix
it.
it.
So for you to, yeah, I get you. But I think that what really bothers me about that is not fraud itself. I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, yes, I think that there is a lot of fraud in our government. I think that we should drain the swamp, quote unquote.
Mm.
I just think that when the quote unquote when it came time to drain the swamp, and he only investigated people that were actively against him, when he let the people that helped him get elected slide, I thought that was a little, I don't know, maybe let's say disingenuous, because I think that's
That's
actually a
what
good example of it.
everybody does. Like you
No, but
said,
I,
that's what
but is it
everybody
what
does.
the
Everybody
but here's my
borrows
point.
their
Here's my point.
friends.
I agree with you. Maybe okay. Let's say that everyone in the government has done the exact same amount. That's fine. But there's only one person. Well, I mean not one person. A conglomerate, a think tank of people that are actively targeting immigrants for this behavior, that are getting their voter base to conflate fraud with Somali, right? Because now, Somalians were fucking living, they're chilling, they're fine. But now you have people on Twitter. You look up Somali on Twitter, one of the top comments I guarantee you is going to be, "We need to get them all out. They're all like this. They're all mind framed like this. It's the pirate mindset. It's the pirate mind frame, right?"
That's why I'm
Trump has
saying.
done a really good job of convincing everybody that for some reason Somali and fraud just go together like peanut butter and jelly when he got away with doing it as a white collar white man. And so I'm saying that like when things like that happen, that is a big decider in the next generation deciding if quote unquote white supremacy is even that big of a deal, right? You're saying that it doesn't exist in the way that you think. That's fine. I agree with you. My problem is letting people like that get away with shit like that, getting away with just abject lies and omission and just constant shadiness.
Okay,
I
on
think
one
that that's I
level,
think that it leads to more division, and I think that inclusion is our greatest strength as a country. I think that diversity is our greatest strength as a country. I think that that's been proven time and time again. To see someone so actively against that, and to get all this support from people, and for people like you, no offense, to say that it's not that big of a problem, we should stop talking about it. That's what leads
I
to
didn't say
more.
that.
That's what leads to me being fine
he's talking about me.
without wanting to be. Yeah, I am talking about you specifically for this, but that I think, in my opinion, that's what leads to the one of the good ones theory becoming more prevalent,
Well, okay,
right?
what's
Because
well,
every white person that's kind of racist knows a really nice black person, or has a black friend, or has an Asian friend, or has a Jewish friend. They all have one. But when you see
That's
things like
why.
this, this is the thing that Trump's panders. It ends up over generations leading to the idea that all of those good people were an exception from the norm. They were an exception
Okay.
of the rules. So the way
okay.
that I think about it, you know what I'm saying? And I
You
think
got to land the
that's
plane.
way
Yeah.
more dangerous than one example of Somali fraud in Minnesota. I think that's
Just
way
let me
more
know when I can
dangerous.
speak.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, go for it, man. I'm sorry,
Mars,
I got a little
go ahead.
passionate on that one. Love you, boys. I'm listening.
Bars, go ahead.
I was just saying that, like he's conflating issues and it's kind of like throwing me off because everybody does that. Now, what I wanted to say is that yeah, on some level, he said what he said about Somali people, but as a black man in America, if I go into a bank and try to get a loan, and somebody who's Somali who has these same charges on their back or suspected of these charges go to get a loan, who's going to get more money? Who's going to get a loan? So it's like, how can you say one thing? That's why I said Alan talks in theory. It's one thing to talk in theory on what they say things are and what things actually are. It's a difference between those things. That's what I'm saying. It's a difference between, in theory, what socialism is and actually what socialism is. It's a difference. You can't you can't just use the textbook definition of things when in actuality it is this. This is what it is. On the other hand, you know, and I don't agree with the fact that if somebody hides the knife good enough, they should be able to stab me. I'd rather somebody with a knife come straight at me. That's just me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
I get you. I
maybe
get you,
that's
man.
street. Maybe that's just my street, not my streetness taking over.
Sure.
I'd rather somebody come heads up with me than, oh, you're my brother, instead and kill me. I'd rather that.
That's fair. I
You
get you.
know, that's
I don't
just
know.
me.
The way that
I
I
just
think
don't.
about it, man,
I, I,
I would
it,
I'd rather be backstabbed as long as I get something out of it first. I
wow.
mean, like a person. I know. I'm saying that if
But
someone
you
says
still
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
give
get
you a
nothing
million,
out of it. You
no, I'm
still
saying
not
if
gonna get
someone said
nothing
I'm
out
gonna
of it.
give you $1 million, and I said, oh yeah, fuck yeah, let's do that, and he handed me $1 million and then immediately stabbed me,
Alan, wait,
compared to the guy
Alan,
that
let
gave me $1 million.
Alan. Let Bars first land the plane. Then, all right. Just let him have it some time to shine.
Going off of what you said, so you rather somebody say, "I'm gonna give you $1 million,"
Yeah, no.
stab you in the back, kill you, take the $1 million back, so you don't have the $1 million, than have somebody come straight forward at you, and you're at least able to defend yourself. That don't make no sense to me. That doesn't make sense to
No,
me.
I meant
I'd
that
rather
as
somebody
the
come
person
straight
that
at
stabs me
me
in the
and
back
I
gives
can
me
defend
time.
myself.
No, I'm saying that the other person in that idiom would be they gave me about 2 years to live with said $1 million. At least they benefited
But
me in the
that's
short
not
term.
what's happening. That's not what's happening, though, man.
That's fair. I mean,
It's
I was just using
immediate.
a fun
It's
analogy.
immediate. It's immediate. Oh, I'm gonna give you $1 million, and then I hit you in the head with a headshot and take the $1 million back immediately. That is the problem. See,
Yeah, I
we're
get you.
even you. We're nice people. We're everybody on this panel are nice, decent people, and
I appreciate
we
that.
wouldn't
I
stab
agree.
nobody in the back. But we have to be aware of these demons that are out here. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like we can't think of a theory. I argue with people about stuff like this all the time. In theory, that sounds nice. In theory,
Hmm.
that sounds nice. But in actuality, if they stab you and off you and take the $1 million back, what did you get? Nothing. You got nothing out of the deal. That's my issue.
I don't know. I'm
Getting
with you.
nothing out of the
Yeah,
deal. If
What?
things were more like
Wait,
you
but
saying,
at least I could have spent the million. At least I could have spent. At least I could have
let
gone
me
on nice vacations in
how
Egypt.
you gonna spend the
guys,
money when you get stabbed in the back?
wait. Before we
Yeah.
continue, I did look it up, right?
Mhm.
Uh, there are charges that, let's say, Somali American defendants are accused of hundreds of millions of fraud cases.
Hmm.
Prosecutors are estimating even maybe close to billions, right?
Yeah.
So there is a lot of fraud. It's not it's not small
Yes. Oh.
amounts, right?
Oh,
So
100%. No, no, no.
yeah,
Let me clarify, because you're totally right. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. No, it was a very small amount of people that ran this huge fraud scheme that were
yeah,
mostly
but
Somali American that was
yeah,
part of the group. It's not. So like I said, it's a law of averages. There's a very small amount of actual like first generation Somali immigrants. So there was only like I think 12 actually like first generation Somali immigrants that were part of the scheme. And I'm saying that they did do a lot of fraud and they should be locked up forever, in my opinion, for that, because that's really bad. But the issue is that Trump conflated it to the entire Somali community because of that law of averages, that because that there's such a small amount, right? That he said that, well, everyone must be committing fraud in some degree if it's that much. But it was really only like 12 people. That's my point, right?
yeah.
That's what I
I
was
mean,
trying to say.
on your point where you shouldn't blame every single one or like the majority of them. But again, it is the fraud is mostly Somalis, and it's like a lot of money, right?
No, but
So
it's
I
not
do agree that
mostly
it's
Somalis. Most of the fraud from that scheme was made, yes, was created by Somali people in that one
yes.
specific scheme. That's what I'm saying. That's what Nick Shirley said. That was what I'm saying. He said that the majority of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. When in actuality, I think he actually misspoke at the first time and just had to double down on it because he got a bunch of claps. What he really meant to say was the majority of this fraud from this one huge scheme that I found out about was committed by Somalis. But after everyone clapped at him for being anti-Somali, I guess he just kind of stuck with it. And he ended up actually admitting it to Andrew Callahan that he was wrong. You can watch the interview. It's actually, the YouTube channel is called Channel 5. He
No,
did an interview with him,
I wouldn't
and he
disagree.
admitted this to him. I'm just saying, but Trump said that this guy, he passed a fucking Nick Shirley bill, man. Donald Trump and his administration are not stupid people. They've been in politics their whole life. They knew that he was lying, and they
Well,
still
okay, then
championed
what's
this
your
little
opinion about how
shithead.
California went about it?
What do you mean?
California passed a bill where you cannot record or talk about any Somalis.
Is that true?
Yeah, they passed a bill where you can't record, right? You can't investigate, right? If you record anything for a channel, right? You cannot record any kind of Somali or immigrant related activities. So you can't investigate it.
Made it. Okay, one second. Do you know what the bill was called? I doubt it. I don't even know what half these bills are called. I'm just gonna Google it.
Well, you could just put in like I think I mean it's media wise the Nick Shirley bill in California.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I don't know if that's exactly what it's called, but it said stop Nick Shirley. I think I don't know, right? If that is, I mean that might get you where the bill is, right? But again, its preference is that it's what Nick Shirley did, recording, distributing these kind of information. Yeah.
Oh, I found it. Okay, California sanctuary state law. Blah blah blah. So force and generally plans the resources to investigate the same people for immigration enforcement purposes. Oh, that's not new. Blah 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 blah. Sorry, I'm just reading through the actual.
No, go ahead.
Jargon of it. A 2026 announcement by California. Oh, it was the fucking Attorney General. It was Rob Bonta. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these people, by the way. California kind of sucks. Provided Somali language hate crime resources after reports that some Somali-run daycare providers were being harassed and stalked by private individuals who suspected fraud. The announcement condemned vigilante harassment, not legitimate criminal investigations done by law enforcement. It did not tell police that they cannot investigate fraud. So no, they didn't pass a bill saying that it was illegal to investigate Somali fraud. Here it is.
By average citizens, I know. I'm not saying that. Like,
it just made
people like Nick Shirley.
No, I know what you're saying. It just made it tough on people. Yeah, it just made it. Oh, yeah.
But let's be honest, right? Our government isn't necessarily investigating people on frauds and stuff like that, right? Again, I'm not saying that. Yeah, there's detriment. I don't think that we should be harming the whole group.
I agree, but I'm saying you kind of got lied to about the you can't investigate Somali people. It was literally it was based on the uptick of Somali harassment in communities. They made police crack down on quote unquote vigilante journalists who were invading Somali space and were making it basically law that they would be trespassed, which is very different than you can't investigate Somali people. You as
a private individual, you can't. Right? Yes, it doesn't prohibit federals or actual law enforcement to do that. But again, they don't do it. So right? I mean, like
Then why does it matter? Why is that even like a thing you brought up?
Because
it made the actual law in the book already just be enforced more. Yeah, whether or not you agree with the original law, that's fine. I mean, we can argue.
Yeah, I'm saying that, like, again, you think about this. I think it's important for us as the citizens. If people are doing it, we should be able to do it, right? I think we should be able to do it.
Yeah,
again, I don't. The results are like,
and that's what California did.
Huh?
California investigated these people, found nothing, and still saw a bunch of white kids with cameras going into these like just immigrants fucking businesses.
Minnesota did the same. Minnesota said they didn't find anything before Nick Shirley. Minnesota tried to look into it. They found nothing too, and then Nick Shirley found that corruption, and now they look back into it. Oh, now they found some stuff.
Is that true?
Yeah,
if that's true, I'd be that.
Because all the information was there, they just didn't prosecute or they didn't do anything. They didn't bother with any kind of fraud or any kind of all these schemes, right? If this is the thing where if the government actually did its job, right, or supposed
Yeah.
jobs, the people wouldn't have to do it, right? The people wouldn't have to butt their nose into it. That's the thing. Now, like I
Yeah.
said, I don't necessarily agree with the results where we harass a group of people, but we should be able to investigate people, right? If
Yeah,
it,
but it didn't stop
whatever
that.
happens.
California didn't end that. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Auditing investigating Charlie for the past few years.
This is why it's vague stuff, right?
Yes.
The vigilante stuff, you could be, they could say this is what Nick Shirley did was could fall into that.
Oh, so yeah, you are right. So as the Minnesota, the government was not necessarily aware. So the Feeding Our Future fraud, which is what the scheme, which is everyone talks about, they were under active investigation before the Nick Shirley video. After Nick Shirley's video came out, as far as I'm aware, just sort of from what I'm reading right now, after the video came out, they were kind of pressured just by the public and by political people to actually go out and make convictions, so they did it quickly. It was they were already under investigation. There's no evidence to suggest that Minnesota as an entity was aware and didn't give a shit. They were just mid-investigation and they were they just weren't taking it as a super serious, legitimate threat at the moment. And then after Nick Shirley came out, they investigated further.
Yeah.
They didn't know. They didn't know that it was that big. No, I'm saying that they weren't aware that it was that big. They were under an active investigation. They didn't push the button fully yet. Before Trump threatened them with ICE stuff. I don't think that's the same thing as them knowing and not doing anything about it.
But it's like if you don't really bother to know, it's kind of the same thing.
No, I mean, but it was under investigation. I mean, the investigation might have taken, maybe like 1 or 2 years longer if Nick Shirley didn't decide to blow it up.
That's our problem. That's the problem with our government. That's the problem with our government.
Everything. Yeah, okay, I understand. I get what you're saying. I'm kind of down with what you're saying right now. I'm going to be real with you. I still think that Nick Shirley is a lying con man. That's not going to stop anything. You're not going to change my mind on that one after hearing what he had to say to Andrew Callahan. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm actually kind of down with what you're saying. If the government's taking too long on something, fuck it, light the flame, start the fire. I'm with you. The issue is that when the flame is started on a lie, and the government perpetuates said lie to pigeonhole a sovereign state government into doing something that they were already doing, but like just to appease the feds, I think that can be a slippery slope. I think because the ICE investigations in Minnesota, specifically Minneapolis, found almost nothing. Right? It was basically just an intimidation tactic on Tim Walz to just say, "Fuck it, you're right. Fuck it, whatever. We're gonna put sure. Why not? Let's do something else."
What do you mean they didn't find nothing? They found
ICE themselves found
illegal
millions of
yes. Like there's 100 millions worth of scams.
DHS found hundreds. DHS.
No, I'm just talking about like.
Wait.
That's not no. I'm just saying that like there's hundreds of millions of costs and scams and fraud
around the country. Yeah, sure.
No, in Minnesota.
And you were saying that ICE
specifically. I didn't say ICE. I'm saying that like
you're just saying Trump's government found it after the Nick Shirley video.
Yes, I'm not saying that.
They found more
prosecutors, right? Found across several Minnesota programs could be a total. Around $1 billion, right? So they're prosecuting it, right? So they're looking into it, right? They're
doing something, but they're doing something about it. Oh, so your argument is that they wouldn't have done anything about it if Trump didn't make them do anything about it.
Yes. Or if Nick Shirley, right? Even if Nick Shirley did it, right? Again,
I get what you're saying. Okay, maybe that's an arguable position. I get what you mean. Well, the other thing is that I don't think Minnesota. I think that the idea of Minnesota is way bigger than what it used to be because of this whole Nick Shirley thing, right? He lit a fire based on a lie, which led to maybe good outcome. Well, sure, I'll agree with you. But
I'm not saying I don't think he did it on a lie. I think he maybe overblown it in the sense that he probably made. I don't. It is again.
Dude, if I was investigating a room of people, if I was investigating a room of people and I found one of them was a murderer, if I came out and said, "Hey, I found one of the guys over here was a murderer," compared to me saying, "Dude, this room might be full of murderers. Oh my goodness, I only found one so far." Right? I mean, it's a very different context. I would say that constitutes a lie at that point. If you're firing people up based on one thing you found to try to convince them that everyone around them is a threat, I think that's a lie. Yeah, I think that's
I can see your point. I can see your point. I do see your point that, like, yes,
and I think
I would say he's overblown, but the problem is, like, if no one saw that the murderer, right, that one murderer, if no one saw it,
I agree. I think we're reaching some common ground here, DA. I'm with you, dude.
Yeah.
I do think overall that's a fine thing if said investigator is, honest and, actually has any credit. I think that that's real. Well, I mean, it's the same thing happened with the actually, you might find this very interesting. This is another weird thing. This is kind of off topic, but it's a really similar thing. The vaccine's autism, the one study that came out finding the link between it. It was an investigative journalist, his name's Brian Deere, actually, that was the one to figure out that it was a scam. He was the one that looked through the court documents and all of the stuff to find out that it's based on a lie. And it's weird that now the American right has kind of taken the overall anti-vaccine stance. I find that kind of interesting because it doesn't really make any sense to me.
Mm.
I'm saying, like, yeah, investigative journalism has done really good things to help people and help the government, look into things further. Because if it wasn't for Brian Deere, the government and the scientific review that he wrote it for probably wouldn't have pulled the paper. So yeah, I agree with you. Um,
Okay. Well,
I'm just saying. Oh,
let's
someone else joined. Shit, what's
yeah,
up?
Zyrax. What is
Oh,
your thoughts?
Zyrex. I'm
What do
probably gonna
you?
get out of here anyway in a second, so I'll let her speak. Sorry,
No,
Zyrex.
how you guys? No, 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 no. You're good, Alan. It's good to
What's your thoughts?
hear from you again. And what's up, DA and Big Bars?
What is your thoughts? What did you? You should have been on here
Actually,
already. You took so
I
long.
know. I'm sorry. I know. I saw Alan, so I'm like, I always like to
Mm-mm.
hear his opinion because
You
I think
don't do
our
that. If you
views
have
are
something to
pretty.
say, please talk over me. Sorry. Yeah, no, no, no. Keep.
No.
I like to hear what you have to say. I think we're hearing what everyone has to say. So sorry about that, I guess.
No, no, no. I actually see like what I wrote in the chat. There's a big difference between, like of course you should always investigate if there's fraud, right? But the whole Somalian thing, they're being investigated because they're Somalian, not because there's fraud. You get it? Because I mean, America, like, um, it shouldn't matter what race they are because it's not a race thing. It's a human thing. Human are gonna, yeah, try to scam um wherever, whenever they can. But the fact that they were, I think they were specifically targeted is because, yeah, they're immigrants. Do you
I mean,
agree?
I agree.
um, I mean, yeah. It's not like I don't agree that we should investigate some fraud, no matter the race, right? But again, I would say this, right? It was by a particular group, not all the group, but it was by a particular group. The wording was terrible. I don't disagree. We shouldn't attack all Somalis just because of the few. But this particular crime, particular fraud, was by this particular group of people. So the
Yeah, but
phrasing,
what does
the
it
phrasing,
matter
the word
though?
was
What does it matter the race? Because Donald Trump University is a scam. We don't think, oh, look, white people are scammers or whatever. No,
well. You can, but you named a person, right? So that's the thing where it's by a particular people, right? Because if we didn't, if let's say this, if we didn't, if he didn't, if Nick Shirley didn't record these scams, no one would really know about it, right? So again, I don't disagree that like we shouldn't necessarily just completely conflate it to a particular racial group or a particularly cultural group, but still, if no one recorded it, no one would have known.
no,
So
that's fine. That's fine because you're trying to get evidence, right? But I'm talking about the intention. You know, it's okay to go to like if you see that someone is committing fraud, yeah, you should record or you know get any kind of evidence that you can. But they targeted a specific group. That's my
I
point.
think
To say
the
that the Somalians weren't targeted, that would be a lie to me.
uh,
I agree with I pretty much agree with what you're saying, but I think it's a difference between it being a culture of and just singling out a group. You know what I'm saying? Like if the culture dictates, if it's a scamming culture, it might want to be investigated. More blanket like. That's what I would say. You know.
As a counterpoint to that, that's what they said about the Jews in the bad times of Germany. Just saying. I
Yeah,
mean, it's pretty easy to go from, well, it's a culture. We found this one very specific investigation.
Those were
Turns out
lies. Those were
maybe the
lies. Those
whole
were straight
culture's
lies,
like
though.
that. Yeah, no, I'm
Those
just
were
saying,
straight
like, I mean, it's a
lies.
similar thing, right? I mean, we can agree
No,
that.
it's not similar. It's not similar if it's a lie. You know what I'm
You think that
saying?
all Somalis? Do you think the culture of?
If I'm promoting lies, it's different than it actually being true and
Yeah,
me speaking on it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
I'm with you.
It's the
So, but do
difference
you?
between you. So you can't compare it to the N words. That's crazy. Nothing can
Well,
be
no, I mean,
compared to them,
is it
really.
under in your opinion, is the quote unquote Somali way of life intertwined with fraud and stealing?
Uh, in America, maybe.
Oh, you're talking about in Somalia, the poorest country in Africa? Yeah, I'm sure that stealing is a good amount of. It actually is more. The majority of their GDP does
Yeah,
come from
I
international
think
piracy. That is true. I don't think
certain
that means that it's
people.
a culture of it, man. Come
I
on
think
now.
certain people, when they come to America around the excess that we have in America, they first thing they in their mind is how I'm going to take. Some people are takers, man. Like I said, everybody on this panel, we're good, decent people. We're not going to even. So this is my thing. For decent
Mhm.
people, it's it's really asinine to argue because you're a decent person. You're not going to understand crazy. You're going to understand crazy. You're not going to understand these people have a culture of thievery. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to understand it
Yeah, I
really.
get you.
So you arguing certain points don't really even make sense because you're not even going to be able to grasp them no matter how much you know. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be able to grasp the
I got it.
concept of I come from a poor country, so I'm going to steal from this rich country, and that's how they look at it. They don't look at it like I'm destroying these people's lives. They don't look at it as I'm taking money away from people
Mhm.
who could use it in different ways. They don't look at it like that. They look at it like I'm poor, they rich, I'm gonna take from them. That's how they
That's
look at it.
fair.
And I think,
I get you. I get you.
that's
Have
just
you
how I
ever
look at it.
have you ever read a book from I think the 1700s called The White Man's Burden? It's a
Yeah,
short
I think I
read.
read it. I
I
think I did
recommend
read
reading
it.
it for anybody, but the main argument is that Anglo-Europeans have a divine, like an ordained purpose to civilize all other peoples. It was the book that was used to invoke slavery, invoke colonization, invoke
But
forced
how was
labor,
that
all of
when
these
they're
things.
not even the first people?
No,
They're
this is
not
what I'm
even
saying.
the first
This is what
people,
I'm getting at. I'm
but
saying that
they
this book was super influential, and it made a lot of white people think that what they were doing to these horrible things that they were doing to all these people, it made them feel like they were actually doing a pretty good thing. Like, okay, we're doing this isn't actually that bad, guys. This isn't that bad. I'm saying that
and that just
these
seems like
sorts of
coke.
thought processes are very influential if you write them
Coke.
good
Well, okay,
enough.
wait.
And
Then let's do this, right? Let's do this for a few minutes. We're going to transition to what Zyrex wanted to talk about. So she said she's disagreeing with number four, right? White privilege isn't real. So
I'm
I
probably
want
gonna get out
you.
of here,
Yeah,
actually, guys. So
that's
I just want
cool.
to say bye before you guys get into it. No,
That's
thanks for
cool.
having me on. I do really like
Thank you
hearing
for
your guys'
thank you for
perspectives,
being
and
here.
sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful if I do come off as a young little shithead, but I'm just saying, bro, we're all on an equal playing ground with information nowadays. So it's like, I mean, like, yes, I don't have enough life experience in a lot of ways, but like, I mean, I still
Experience
can
is
read the same shit that
everything.
you read. But when it comes to
Experience is
statistics, bro,
everything.
me living 20 years and looking at the same number ain't gonna change shit. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
So,
all right.
Experience is
whatever. You feel me?
everything, man.
All right, I'll see you boys later. Have a good one. It's nice to see you for a second, Alex.
Okay, thank you for being here.
yeah. Same here.
Yeah, bye bye.
Later.
Then let's just play this for a little bit, right?
Mhm.
Definitely want to give you a little bit of shine because I haven't seen you in a while, so I wanted to hear you, right?
Oh,
So,
thank you.
what's your thoughts on number four? Let's talk about it for a little bit.
Oh, I wonder if I said this last time, but then yeah, I do believe that white privilege is definitely real. Um, in like I don't know if it was you or if it was I forgot his name, but then even he agreed to it in the sense that because white Well, I'm talking about just specifically America, the majority is, white. So of course, they're gonna have, certain privileges that we don't,
You see this?
and when I mean, okay, go ahead.
No, but this is the thing where I don't agree. This is why it's hard to agree with, right? It's not a privilege to, you know, when you are the majority of the population, it's just how it is, right? So just like maybe China, it's people. This is the problem I find with this whole white privilege thing. Okay, because we don't call it Chinese privilege, Japanese privilege, or even African privilege, right? We don't really quantify that, right? You are the majority of the population. So let's say if you are hypothetically the majority of the rich. Well, no duh, right? Because you make up 70% of the population. No duh. Even in China, Chinese people are the majority of the rich. No one's saying Chinese privilege, right? It's a balance of this is why I talk about in modernity, right? Today's age, right? It's because no white people are privileged today's age necessarily, because no, I mean, white person is not doing something that a black person can't do, or a white person or an Asian person can't do. Because why is there white privilege when, if you look at the stats, you look at the studies, Asian people who, if you do per capita, they are outdoing white people, even in their own country, right? Asian people as a group, right? And there's multiple, like I was saying this to Alan before, right? Multiple different groups of Asian people are doing better than white people, or they're either doing better or close to white people. When there's white privilege, doesn't really quite make sense. What's your thoughts, Zarax? Zarax, you there? Hmm.
I would just I personally think that it's like slavery. It went underground. You know what I'm saying? And I won't really call it white privilege. Like I said, it's more tribal. It's more tribal. It's like more
Mm,
people that
mm,
look alike stick together. That's what it is.
mhm.
People that look like stick together. And they should. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, they kind of probably should, stick together. And I think just like a lot of things, racism, privilege, slavery, it's went underground. It's not out in the open like it used to be. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even know the concept of race that we have now is from the 1800s. The concept of race that we have now is from the 1800s, honestly. And people can just need to, just like Alice said, you can look anything up. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think the fact that you can look at everything up over Trump's experience of going through things, that's just really insane to say. Because you can read about something all day until it happens to you. And like my only regret is that I'm not gonna be able to be there to see when he realizes what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Experience is everything. And if people don't understand that, see, we're in this ageism, colorism, ageism age. You know what I'm saying? Where it has to be a constant battle between young and old. And I don't believe in that. I believe I can learn from my son can learn from me. That's what I believe in. You know what I'm saying?
Z-
But
yeah, Zarax, are you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. When I'm talking about, like I understand what you're saying, right? That's
Mhm.
why back then you don't hear people saying, oh, white privilege, because when a certain race is the majority, it's not necessarily a privileged thing. But in today's time, where yeah, we are a melting pot, the reason why there's such thing as white privilege is it's you see it in like in a factor of things, right? Um, Now when I say like what white privilege is, it just it's sort of like it's like unearned societal like advantage, right? That comes specifically from just for being white. That's
Don't
it,
you,
you know.
but don't you know? Don't you
Um,
think that again? That's there's a difference between just being white and then being the majority of the population. There is, I mean, I would love for you to name me a privilege, right? Because again, they are the
well,
majority of the population, right? They're
no,
60 to
I, I
70% of the
understand that.
population, right? So it
Yeah.
is not a privilege to be the majority of the population. This is a thing where I've always said this. There's a difference between modernity today and there's a difference between like 70, 80 years ago, right? This is why I always try to be clear with the what I'm trying to describe, right? So when I say these prompts, they mean today, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
I,
what privilege
I understand that.
back in the day is that it actually gives you right privileges, right? You quantifiable privileges, right? You get more education, you get more financial leg up, whatever. Today, that's not as clear as you think, right? Because like I said to
Yes,
Alan,
it is.
you,
Like I said, I
just
have
tell
a
me
few
how.
examples.
Go ahead.
Okay. Um, I hold on. I wrote it down. When they talk about, mortgages and appraisals, like if you're selling a house, right? You're
Hmm.
selling a house. You know, some people, what do you think? When they appraise a house, if it's from, like a white family, what do you think the price is going to be? Higher or lower to like someone who's, you know, compared to black or black or brown people? Like, are you saying that they're going to praise the house the same, or you think depending on who lives there or lived there, that the prices are gonna it's gonna vary? And they've actually, there's been stories of that where
Facts.
it was first it was a black family and they're selling the house and they're like, oh no, your house is only worth 50,000. But say if they change everything like the pictures and stuff and put up like a white family picture and stuff like that, oh, all of a sudden this house is worth $100,000. Renting and
Facts.
buying is also one. Like, oh, you are gonna assume that like a white person can afford to live in this house. Sorry, my throat. But
That's
then if
okay.
it's like a brown person, you know, they're gonna they're most likely they might deny it. And it's the same thing for employment. And they even did what you call a study on the employment one on the names. The more white sounding names are more likely to get hired than black and brown.
Facts.
Here's my
That's the white privilege. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, okay. Here's my rebuttal to that. Now, I've seen those stories and I looked at those studies. Right, I don't disagree to that. But here's the thing where why I there's a difference because here's the thing where by that I believe there's biases. Right, so there's a thing where let's say in a lot of recent let's say cases, right, there are what you call it jury members, right, jury members that would say that I will never um say guilty if the person was black. It's biases, right? This is why I don't this is again, there are black people that say that I would never hire a white person. There are businesses, black businesses that say that I will never hire a white person. So it's not a privilege to be biased, right? Now, again, I don't disagree that there are terrible people. This is why I also take a step back where the racism part is just people being biased. And here's the thing where why it's the fight against systemic, where let's say I've seen a lot of bank cases, right, where they did do that. They were sued, right? They were sued and had to pay reparations or pay you know um judge
Yeah, because you
fee.
can't discriminate.
Yeah, so
If you're
we
able
have
to,
it in the
yes.
law. We have that in the laws. You can go after these people, right? You
Yeah,
can
but the
fight against
but
them.
I
But
understand that. But then,
because we have a
I'm
society,
sorry. Go
right?
ahead.
I showed you, right? We have a society where people are biased. This is why I always say that. Because if black people had the same power of white people, they would do the same, right? They would do the
Agree.
same.
But they don't.
They do. In South Africa, they literally do that. So there's African
What's
nations, right?
African and
But
That
we're
black
talking
show
about
these
is the
Americas.
same.
examples. I know. Because again, Black Americans don't make up the majority. So I use an example of what would Africa do? Who there are the majority. They do. do those kind of systems, right? They do go like that thing. So I'm more saying that again, I believe that our system, right, our systemic system, our government that fights against it because we have things in the books. This is why I say there's no white privilege, right? Because we have legal systems to fight against those shit, right? So you don't have that privilege because I can sue you for that, right? I can make money off of you. I can go after you, right? So it's, I mean, this is because again, I pointed out
Yeah, but
there
then,
are
but how would I know? But how would I know if, if like Tiffany, I find out Tiffany has a job and I didn't get the job. Like, how can I prove that? Oh, you're being biased, or I got discriminated. See, that's sort of hard to even though it's in the
correct.
books. Yeah, you
So
shouldn't
then you
discriminate,
can't,
but who are? Go ahead.
but you can't. Then you can't guess it, right? You can't say that they did. You can't just say automatically they did because you don't know. That's my point. It's like I just my thing is that I
But
hate
are
how
you telling me
society.
that? See, but you just said that people have biases and people are gonna, um, are gonna be biased towards people.
Yes, but this is why I said in life people will have biases. Find another job, get another different appraiser, right?
No, but in this country we preach what's it called? Equality, as in, you're supposed to look at everybody the same, despite the color of your skin.
Again, that's a lie, right?
What do
That's
you
a
mean that's
lie.
a lie? That's the
Here's,
law. You
look at
can't
this, right?
discriminate a person based off the what you call it, the
You
color of
then
the
prove it.
skin,
You have to prove it.
race.
The burden of proof is on you if you accuse the person. That's just society. Because here's my thing, right? In let's say hypothetically, and not hypothetically, it's reality. Places in India, they discriminate you, and you're Indian, right? There's a caste system. So let's say hypothetically, we were all the same race, people
Apples
will
and
still
oranges.
discriminate.
Apple and oranges.
No, no, it's
Apple
the
and
thing.
oranges.
Listen. This is the analogy, right? Right. This is the thing where the burden of proof is on you to prove that if this person is discriminating you, it's on you. Here's my because why I say this is society is different, right? Where fine, if someone doesn't like you, do go somewhere else. Because why? What? Let me say this, right? What? How? Why did I do this? Because I'm showing you the example. It's like how are Asian people, right? And again, I've shown examples where Asian people were discriminated against. They were pushed into, let's say, racial jobs, right? And yet they still bypass, they still exceed, they still do better than even white people, even with the oppression.
I understand that, but then is that fair?
Back where?
No, I said, is that fair?
Life isn't fair. I don't. This is my point of view. Is this is why
No,
this
but
is
then
what I'm saying.
no, I'm
This is
talking
what,
about, I'm not talking about the outcomes. I'm talking about equal opportunities.
we
Like,
do have equal opportunity. We do have equal opportunity, right?
yeah, on the
We
books,
can all be
law is
we can,
supposed to be.
the law is if you sign someone who doesn't give you equal opportunity, you can sue for it if you prove it. That is the opportunity. That is your right to do. You
I
can
know,
prove
as because
people
some
if
people
you
have
do it.
proved it, and then yet you're still saying that there's no white privilege.
But that's not privilege.
That
Because,
is when you are getting
so
when
do you
you
say
are
that
getting the benefit just because you're of a certain color.
do you okay, so do you say that if a black juror, that's why I said if a black juror said I will never incriminate another black person, is that black privilege?
A, that's just their opinion. Did they do it?
They literally said if they are putting into juror, like you wonder why the what you call it, I don't know if you because you probably didn't know it, right? The Rick Was it the Rick Chow one? I think it was the Rick Chow one, right? The Rick Chow case, there were no black juror because of that.
No, there were black jurors on the Rick Chow one.
No, there were. Was it Rick Chow or was it? No, it was Rick Chow.
The Carmelo, no, Carmelo
Was it
Anthony
Kamala?
didn't have it.
Okay, oh yeah, you're right, right. The Carmelo Anthony one, right? There
And yet,
because again,
and yet Rick Chow got off.
yeah,
There were
Rick Chow
black
got off.
people on the jury, and Rick got off.
Yeah,
See?
but that again was the Asian privilege.
No, how's that Asian privilege? There's there were black jurors in that. People thought that, oh no, don't put black jurors because they're gonna condemn him. They're gonna you know s- um say he's guilty, but they didn't. But yet,
No,
the Carmelo Anthony case, there was all white, and yet they all convicted Carmelo.
yeah, but like I said,
See,
the black juror,
privilege.
I think it was no, because again, right? Uh, black jurors, right, did say that they wouldn't convict, you know, Carmelo. I think it was that one. So if you said that was that one, okay. But it shows you that
No, there was no black
if
jurors
people
on
have
the Carmelo
biases,
one.
right?
They wouldn't
But if people have
because they
biases,
were afraid. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm just saying, if people have biases, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is privilege in that. Right? I don't see that because again, I think most people
No,
like we are
if you know that
tribal.
you have a bias, no. But then we know, like, see, I understand that everybody has a certain bias, right?
Hmm.
We're not supposed to be like, okay, we're supposed to, because we live in a country that, again, it's illegal to discriminate people. So if you think of a certain way of like a certain group, you should not. You should do, whatever that you can to not have any bias. I understand that, yeah, sometimes, we just, it just comes to us, right? But that's why we have to be aware and not be not discriminate people just because they're a certain race. We shouldn't be like, oh yeah, I have a certain bias towards this person. Yeah, I'm just keep living with that bias. Like, what the hell? You're not supposed to.
Yeah, well, that's the sad reality we have, right? Things that
And that's what we're
we,
supposed to fight against.
but when we
We're
can't,
not supposed to be judged. So it's also okay. So because we were taught to judge people based on the color of the skin, so we're just gonna keep doing it. And this is why, like I said, why racism, even though like racism, even though in on paper, yeah, you can't discriminate. It's you shouldn't do that. That's why, like I said, just because on paper, and it says, oh, we're all equal stuff. In actuality, yeah, there's still plenty of racism because people don't want to be open minded. People still want to judge someone just because of their skin.
you when you talk about white privilege, you're literally judging people on their skin.
No, I'm
That's
saying that
white.
because they are gonna because no because they have what you call. I'm not judging them. They when you see someone that has what you call are getting um there's a benefit in them just having based on the skin color. I'm just pointing it out.
What here's the thing where
You're saying you're saying that no, you're not supposed to point that out because it is what it is. It's like
but you're
how
pointing out because you're pointing out based on their skin tone, and yet you're saying that
no
we
no
shouldn't judge
because
people on their
because that's
skin.
what they're doing. Like how are you
Who's
gonna come at me for pointing out what they're doing?
because I'm showing you right that that any group, any racial group would do the same.
Two
Any
wrongs don't
racial
make a
group would do the
right.
same. But it's like, but I don't know why you don't see the hypocrisy in it, right? You focus on skin tone, and you're mad that people focus on skin tone.
No, I'm not focusing on schedule. I'm pointing out
White is white. White is
what
skin
we see
tone.
that is wrong. I know, but I'm pointing out. Oh, so what? How? So we're just not supposed to point out anything? If we see
I,
a wrong, then don't aren't we supposed to point it out?
what wrong, right? It's like this is the thing where um I find it really interesting that we could see a wrong when, let's say, I've said this before. Even if black businesses, they would say that they don't really appreciate white people in it. It happens, right? That happens, right? Hell, I don't know about you, right? The
Yeah,
recently
but the reason why.
with the
Okay, but
Rich
then the
Cow
reason
thing,
why
right?
you don't go. Okay, if that's
Recently
the
with the
case, what do you call that then? If that's what black people are doing, they're
tribalism, we will always. This is a thing where this is there. It is a double edged sword where I do love the diversity of America. This is why I love America. But the problem is the diversity of America also facilitates tribalism, right? We usually only care about the people of our own culture or our own skin tone. It's a sad fact of humans, right? That's just how humans are.
yeah, but
So
then we're
this
supposed to be better than that, especially if we are again a country that promotes diversity. That we're not supposed to be
so
judged
so this is the
off
thing
of
where
the color of our skin.
I would love that, right? I would love that. But this is why our laws would do it, right? But it doesn't change us as the individuals, right? This is why I said, this is why I point out no race. There's racism is a big problem and white privilege because the laws help us to facilitate that, right? The laws are relatively unbiased, right? Relatively. So as people, that's a different matter, right? Again, as a group of people, as people, is a different matter. This is why I'm on the side that I don't see that, right? Because the laws, you can, if you believe, right, if you believe something, like say in, like, let's say these banks or whatever, you can go through laws and, you know, persecute or sue people or whatever. The laws allow you to do it. That's why
Like, you know,
that's why, go for it.
go ahead, I'm sorry. No, I was like the college. Okay, the college admission. You know how some you know university have been been I guess you could say, I forgot what it's called, where they're, sorry, they're not, they are for the sake of, I guess, diversity or whatever, or they're not letting us they're not letting in, Asian, they're excluding, a lot of Asians, right? And a lot of Asians have sued these universities,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay with that? Do you think that was do you think they have a point
Am
or
I
a case?
okay that universities weren't allowing Asian people in,
Mm-hmm.
or oh,
No, it's not that they weren't allowing Asians in. They were just what you call it seems like they weren't because a lot of Asians apply to that college, right?
mm-hmm.
Trying to get in, but then they're not letting. There's like they have a different metric for Asians
Yeah.
than they have for like everybody else, right? I think that was the thing.
Uh-huh.
Is that wrong?
Is it wrong to have a different metric for Asian people?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay then.
And but they went through the law, right? They sued,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Well,
saying. That yeah,
that's the
and that's
system,
wrong.
right? You can. This is Zyrax. You have. I want. This is where I want you to understand, right? I. If this is the I'm talking about our system, right? If you believe it's wrong, sue for it, right? This is our system. Go for it. If you win, you prove your case. Good for you, right? But this is my thing where the world, no matter what, is always unfair, right? It's just that, do we all have the opportunity? We all have the opportunity to have a job. We all have the opportunity to find an education, right? That's the thing. We all have the opportunity to do that. How we go about it, well, that is life. You figure it out.
No,
This is,
understand that,
like
but
I
then
said, there was a point in time where because of your color of your skin, you won't be able to get an education. There was a point in time because of the color of skin, you won't be able to get a job at all, right? Or certain jobs at all, right? Or colleges at all. Today it's not. And if you feel like it is, you can sue for it. And if you prove it, you will win. That's it, right? And I think that is good enough when it comes to, I mean, I wouldn't mind if we improve, but again, I just think that,
all I'm saying is that that there's a thing now, and why that is a thing. That's a different story, right? All I'm saying is that white privilege is a thing. It's sort of like you were more likely to give a white person the benefit of the doubt than give someone black or brown person. It's just like
well,
if a white person um like a racially profiling, like what do you think that is? A cop pull over a white person. Oh yeah, you didn't do nothing. Like they don't know that, but then they're more likely to let them go. But then when it comes to black or brown, oh, get out the car. You might have something
well, okay,
just because
then
of the color of the skin.
okay, but let's talk about that, right? I've
Hmm.
said this before, right? I've said racism isn't even a top five problem in the black community. But you know, one of the things I think is a top five problem? Bad marketing. Here's my thing where why do we see, right, that in general, the black community has a high criminal problem, right? And let's take out over policing, right? They have a high homicide problem. Homicide is a sure thing, right? That's not over policing. Killing, killing, right? The results of killing. They have a high homicide problem, right? When compared to their low population value, right? Their low population rate. So, in my opinion, if you are seen to, have a high criminality problem, particularly with marketing, with news and shit like that. And here's the thing, I don't disagree that there was a point in time where white people controlled the marketing, right? Control your public image. But this is why I always want to point out today in modernity, modern day, essentially black people do have a huge, huge control of their own personal marketing, right? Of their own personal public image. But you still see uh, a high amount of social media or whatever of criminal activities, right? Stealing, murders, gun violence, instances, right? So, in my opinion, just like this is a thing where when a woman, like let's say, is cautious of a man, statistics show you that most men are not dangerous, but if they're cautious, i.e., like what you're talking about, the racial profiling, all this shit, I don't disagree when you see like a lot of violence, right? I wouldn't like necessarily say that, oh no, you shouldn't be cautious at all, right? You should ignore it at all. No, but you might have some preconceived notions that, oh my God, I should protect myself, or I I see certain problems. Well, prove me wrong. Because again, thanks to police cam videos nowadays, right? Police cam videos, we can see these interactions, right? We can see how a black person may interact with a white person, with a police officer, even if, even if there is over policing. We can clearly see that black people don't really interact the same way with police officers other races do, right? They're very aggressive, uh, very the incidents usually is, and this is how I think other races do. You have to respect police officers, plain and simple. You have to fear the consequences that police officers can dish out. So, but again, thanks to marketing, thanks to image, the black community does not do that. They don't respect police officers. They don't like police officers, right? So, it's
Yeah,
like
but then you could, but see, that's the thing. You're thinking again. See, you're thinking that that's right off the bat. Like, do you? Why is that? Why why do they have why do they feel that way towards a police officer?
they're taught like
Because
that.
even they were
They taught that, right? They have a
no, it's
community, a
because
culture.
it's
Culture teaches you to not like. It's like you gotta think, right? A culture that teaches you to call police officers pigs, or and again, there is bad blood, right? History is shown, but at the end of the day, right? I always feel like this: our government gives police officers power, whether you like them or not, right?
I
It's a
know, but you're excusing the past, DA. That's what I'm saying. The reason why they feel that way now is because their parents, when they were doing everything right. Remember, you guys like to talk about how oh, black the marriages back in the day were strong, and there a low divorce rate and stuff. See, even when they were doing stuff right, they were following the law. They were fucked with. They were driving um all safely and stuff, but because of the color of the skin, they were pulled over. So when you constantly get that, yeah, you feel some sort of way about them, and of course, it's always the white cops or whatever. And so yeah, because that keeps happening, and when you get what if you get thrown in jail? That affects your livelihood, and then
but
see,
here's the
and then
thing.
there goes it caused everything to crash down. So like,
But
how
here's
can
the
you not?
I,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
here's the thing, right? How's that? How's let's. This is why I don't. I've always recognized that the history is ugly. But here's the thing, right? We look at the community. How's that improve the community? How has it better the community by holding on to the past? How it
What do
hasn't,
you
right?
mean? If the cops didn't
How
take
has
that,
it better?
no, if the cops didn't take the father out of the household, then
No,
don't
the
you think
cops
the
didn't do
father
that.
wouldn't still be there, and then would have still been a two-parent household, parents working?
No, no. No, because that
Oh
is
my gosh.
that is
You're being
disingenuous.
so disingenuous. No, you are being so
Let me
disingenuous.
let me
You say
let
we
me
racial profile. You agreed that all these shit happened in the past, all these bad stuff happening in the past. So then how can you just go, oh, well, that happened in the past? I'm like, you don't think because of that it caused a ripple effect?
let me disprove it. Let me disprove it. Do you believe majority of Black Americans are criminals, or have a
No,
the majority of Black Americans have been in jail? Do you
no,
believe that? Okay, so since the majority of Black Americans haven't been to jail, that literally disproves that. You know what? Oh, the police is just picking off all Black men. So, oh, the families that Black men, Black women have, they don't have families because all the Black men's have been put in jail. That's not true at all.
no. I'm
It's a
talking
small
about
percentage. It's a
right
small
now, right?
percentage of Black men, right? A small
Yeah, but
percentage
if
of
you would
Black men
ask,
have been
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
the
I
small.
think
It's
there's
a small
something on my
percentage of
phone.
Black. It's a small percentage of Black men that have been in jail. And second, it's that at the end of the day, I it's like that way is you're taking away accountability from people who people choose, right? I believe it's more Black women have children than Black men. More Black women have children than Black men have children. So that
Well, yeah,
shows you
because we
that
are, yeah, because we give birth. So yeah, we're gonna have more children. Men don't
no.
give birth.
Yeah, no. More Black women are mothers than Black men are fathers. Right? Not about beginning birth. Right? It's about who has kids. Right? Who are having kids. Right? The majority. I mean, a lot of Black men don't have kids. Right? And a lot of Black men aren't in jail. So at the end of the day, it's not because of necessarily the police officers. That's why there's broken homes. No, it's because of choice.
See, this is where it gets confused because it depends when you ask these type of questions. I guess you should be more specific in like which of the timeline, like
I always
where
talk
we're
about today.
looking at.
I will
Huh?
always talk about today. Right? I will always
Yeah,
talk about
yeah. That's why when you ask me if do I believe majority of Black people commit crimes, I'm like no, right now. But then that's what I'm saying. Now, if we're talking about like in the 60s, 70s, yes, that's not even that long ago. So
yeah,
if
but
the fathers were taken out of the household and were put in jail stuff, and that's why you had a lot of the single mother households, right?
no. Again,
Yes,
even if,
and
let's
that was
say
just the 70s.
no, even let's say this. That's I think that's a lie because even back then, the majority of Black men weren't put in jail.
They
Even back then,
weren't.
no, the
No.
majority of Black men weren't put in
Oh,
jail.
okay.
You believe, and let's say hypothetically, the 1970 majority of Black men, right? The majority of the Black male population were put in jail.
They were put. I'm not saying put in jail forever, DA.
Well, okay, so
Mm-mm.
okay, fine. You
Like,
believe majority of Black men during the 1970s had, let's say, had a rap sheet. Do you believe that? Had a criminal history?
see that it gets tricky because again, it goes back to the whole racial profiling. Well, they'll just throw someone in jail, and he could be working a full-time job, and if he gets thrown in jail, then he lost his good paying job,
Well,
and
let's
they
look it
could be,
up.
and okay, go ahead. I'm
I mean,
convicted,
why not?
no, right? But it could be something as small as see when you say it like that, you make it seem like it's like oh they stole something or they did something. It could be something as carrying a little weed with them. You know, if you want to add that in, oh yes, probably.
Well, I could always be proved wrong, right? Um, So let's say in the I'm doing this even further, right? 1960s, the large majority of Black men were not in prison. In the 1960s, the incarceration rate of for Black men was uh, about 1,300 per 1,000 Black males, right? That's roughly 1.3% of Black men were incarcerated at any given time, right? By comparison, the rate for white men was about 262% per 1,000, right? So again, majority of Black men weren't. in prison, right?
I
Majority of
know I
black
didn't
men.
say that there were.
I just asked you that.
No, yeah, yeah, have you not? I said, that's why at first I said, not forever, not like a lifetime prison. And plus,
Again,
it depends on what you're talking about. Like convicted, because a lot of them were taken, you know, to jail, right? But then they were released. And to say that that has no effect on their life, that's a lie.
we can't prove it or necessarily disprove it, right? Like any given time, it's like again. Here's my thing, right? I've always said this. I don't discredit the ugly history of America. What I discredit is how you're shackled to it today. What I feel
Because it has
bad,
an effect, DA.
it doesn't.
If some So if I punch you, you saying that doesn't have any effect on you? What if I broke your spine, DA? So you're
If
saying
I
that that's
went,
not going to affect your life? If I broke your spine?
if you broke my spine, it's going to
Yeah,
have
like
effect
say
on
we
my
fought.
child. How's it going to affect
Yes,
my child?
you won't be able to provide for your kid. What are you talking about? You went from a healthy person who's being able to make, money, and then because I targeted you and I punched you, and then it caused you, I hurt your spine, you can't walk. So then how can you then provide for your kid?
So your thing is that your thing is that America broke the ancestor's spine. So 3 generations later, that's why that black person can't move up in life.
No, I'm saying that what you call to say that. 'Cause see, you agreed, agreed that which America has done
Correct.
the black community wrong, right?
Correct.
See, what I don't understand is that you know anytime you do a group of people wrong, it has an effect. It wasn't just it was when they did someone, I guess it depends on what they did. And to say that that didn't have a generational you know if it didn't affect, I feel like you're being disingenuous because it does.
Okay, then let me give you this analogy, right? Or let me give you this scenario. Do you agree that, let's say, a serial killer grew up being, let's say, R-worded by his mother, R-worded by other women? Is it understandable, acceptable that now he's an adult? It's okay that he does terrible things to women. Generation, it's trauma, right? Trauma. Do you find that acceptable? Because here's my thing,
No,
right? There's a point in
that's what I'm
time where,
saying.
but no, you're
But
not.
that you're expecting him to. What do you mean?
You
To say
you
that
because he
because
experienced
they affect.
trauma. It's understandable that, you know what, now he's, I don't know, traumatized, right? There's excuse for me. Things that, you know what, I'm not saying that yes, that trauma is terrible, but at the end of the day, when you reach a certain point, i.e., maybe adulthood, you have to. It's on you. The accountability is on you, right? There's a certain point where you have to take charge of your life. You have to make the changes yourself. So I don't discredit the trauma you face as a child, right? But then at the point, there's a certain point in time where, you know what, you have to make you. It's a This is a thing where maybe me and you, as a man and a woman, we have to think about, you know what, at the end of the day, life is not fair. Life will never be fair, right? Life, we don't live in a utopia, right? Hell, I would wish that, you know what, we love each other, we do all this shit, but it's ridiculous.
No, see,
It doesn't.
no,
It's not
there's a
gonna
difference
happen.
between no, there's a difference between a kid, mess it up by on their own, than someone targeted them, messed them up.
I literally gave
You
you an
get it?
example of, let's say, hypothetically, women targeted. They did R words to this boy child. That's exactly that kind of situation.
Yeah,
So,
and
by
that
your
caused.
example,
Uh
is it
huh.
okay that now, as an adult, he does terrible things to others?
That's what I'm saying. No, it's not okay. Like, what are you
Yeah.
saying?
So you can't use that trauma as an excuse.
No, but
You can't use the history. You can't use the
Nobody's
past
using it as
as an excuse.
You're thinking of using an
You're
excuse.
literally using the past of America as an excuse for your behavior right now, right? For the actions, for whatever, for right now, right? That's what you're doing, right? It's literally that, right? You're using the trauma of the past to excuse the actions of today, right? That's what you're doing. This is
Yeah,
why I
but then,
reinterpreted
what?
your position.
No, you when you cause trauma, you hinder them,
Okay,
right?
but
You hinder them, but then you hinder them, from what you call. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying that I don't disagree. But in my example, right, even if you receive that trauma, right, it is still now that as an adult, you have to make it. You have to, uh, you know, do the steps to just make it right. You have to get therapy. You have to, you know what, focus on yourself, better yourself, and improve. You can't use your past as an excuse for you to, let's say, be lazy or do terrible things.
Personally, yes, I
Okay,
agree. Uh,
yeah.
Yeah, but then
This is why I
so
said,
see that's the thing that you keep making it seem like like we're excusing, like if someone was to commit some a bad behavior, we're excusing it because their childhood or whatever. No one's excusing that, right? But we're saying that whatchamacallit, that like if you caused it, then yeah, then make sure you help that person. Because if you caused the trauma, how come you're not helping that person overcome their trauma?
that's not how life works.
You,
Because by that
yes, it is.
no, by that
nah,
instance, you expect the
I,
women that are worded this little boy to now in the future help this grown man. It's just not how it works.
I would like
It's
to
just
say
not how
this.
it
No,
works.
no, 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 no. See, this is, I don't even like that comparison because that's what, like I said, apple and oranges.
It's not.
Yes, it
How
is.
how is it?
You're you're equating, getting grape
No, no.
and
I'm using
uh,
trauma. I'm using trauma, right?
purposely, I'm just talking about the effect. To say that it doesn't have any effect and they're supposed to just up and move.
I'm not saying it doesn't have
How
any
is that like?
effect.
How is
That's
that
not what I'm
fair?
saying. I'm not saying it doesn't have any effect.
They didn't do nothing.
I
They were
literally
trying
gave
to
that
live just
example.
like everybody else.
Right. This is what the little boy didn't do nothing. Right. He still
Yeah,
received
and that's
trauma.
why because the woman caused it. Of course, the woman, most likely, if there's police involved, she goes to jail. That's why a lot of times they end up suing the family.
Yeah.
To,
Well.
because yeah, the kid is gonna have trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then exactly, that's
But
why
this
there's that. People sue for emotional damage. What do you think that is?
do you not think
Because
that?
everything costs money. To get therapy, that costs money.
Well, but again,
But you're
right?
expecting people just to pick themselves up by bootstraps, even when it's the government that caused them, you know, to be in
The
the
sad,
situation that they're in.
yeah. But the
Because
sad
it's not
reality
giving them
is,
the opportunity. You took the opportunity from them.
yeah. But here's the thing, right? The sad reality is, right? If you could, like I said, right? The sad reality is, from my example, right? If that boy didn't receive the therapy because no one paid for it, right? The women that did this to him didn't pay for it. Is it? But he uses that, let's say, that trauma to do terrible deeds or to be whatever, right? Be a terrible person or a lazy person or an unproductive person, right? It's the reality of life, right? My thing is,
Yeah,
yes, you have to pick yourself off the bootstraps, right? Because no one will. No one will. No one's gonna come to your rescue, right? It's just how it is. No one's gonna come to your rescue, and to expect that this
no,
is the thing where you come into it with very fanciful ideology, and I'm not saying that's not a bad thing, right? It's very kind of you, right? It's very nice of you, but you
yeah. But
have
when
a
it's
very
there's a difference between the government and like an individual.
no.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
hard. Yes, it is.
how.
What do you mean it's not?
How?
Why do we respect cops then?
Because it's lawful. You have
That's
to.
that no, that's because that's government, right?
Yeah, they gave the
Because
power.
we hold them to a high, yeah, exactly. So why would they then strike their own, civilians? Why would they
Why do they?
target a certain group? Why would they do that then?
No, because
And because they
there's
did, are you saying that they shouldn't then you know they try to fix it? I mean, we gave the Japanese the Japanese American reparations because we did them dirty because we thought that, oh, it's your people, when really they're Americans, just they're Americans that just happens to be Japanese. They're not
we gave, we gave
Japanese natives.
we gave the same people that America gave the same people that they did dirty those reparation. You can't give slaves reparations when honestly no one, right, during that time were slaves now. So you can't logically do that.
Yeah, because
Plus, the
because
amount of people is
people keep
different.
thinking like UTA and don't give a fuck about correcting their mistakes. Fuck it. Oh, we freed you. So you should be happy. That's good enough. It's
But
like,
this
what?
is the
You
thing.
took them from their own from their country and you made them work for free
Did you
for
know? Do you
years.
know? No, here's the thing, right? Do you know that in America we have more middle income to millionaires and billionaires, right? African Americans than even the whole continent of Africa. Black Americans in America is doing better than Africans. So by your logic, let's say this:
I don't know.
you
I
think
don't
that
know.
we
I
should
don't.
cheat?
That's irrelevant.
That's not right because you make it seem like
Yes, it is.
you make it seem like black people are doing terrible. They're doing worse. They're not. Comparatively, they're doing better than any other black people in this world. Any other black groups in this world, black Americans are doing better. Hell, you have Africans, you have black people from other nations wanting to immigrate to America. With how badly America.
Also, because of that, then see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care about people outside of America. I'm talking about our own people here.
Yes, and I literally gave you an example, or I gave you
No,
actual facts
you're
that
comparing us.
black
You're
Americans are
comparing
doing better.
to like other countries. We're not, and as a country, we're not doing even as good as other countries.
What are we not doing better?
Like, what do you say to that?
What are we not doing better?
Our homeless population. Are you proud about that?
Do you think other nations don't
How
have
can you say
homeless
that we're doing
population?
great?
Do you even know
They do, but they're not like us. When
what's the numbers?
we're supposed to be number one, when we're the richest country in the world, and yet our population is just as much as a third world country
How's that?
because we don't give a shit about our own people. We only care about we only care about individual, like our own self. We care more about money, greed. This country is to say I don't just because a certain certain people are able to thrive. That's good because that was the whole point of America. And so like you can come over here and if you work hard, yeah, you're supposed to be able to make it yeah, make money and live a good life.
Uh,
We say that, right? But do we really um are we actually making sure that that happens? We're not supposed to judge people, but then you're saying that, oh, it's okay to have biases because we're tribal. We're not supposed to be tribal. That's the whole point of being a melting pot.
no, because it doesn't change it. I've learned that there's human nature. We will be tribal. Doesn't matter what racial group you are.
No,
We will be tribal. It's hard to change that. We can't,
we have the intellect to override instinct.
yet we haven't.
Uh, yeah, because some of you just don't want to. That's the point.
But this is the thing where,
Because of hate.
but we can't do. We haven't changed it.
Yes, you can.
Do you think? Be honest. Do you think that you can change, let's say, black people from not separating themselves from white people? Do you think that?
Huh?
Do you think
Like, what do you think Big Stars is here?
what?
Like, why do you think we're all here?
That's just the difference between again the individual. I'm talking about in general, right? I'm talking about populace, right? In our because again in our little sphere, it doesn't necessarily change that, right? I'm talking about. Do
No,
you think
this
in
new
general?
generation, yeah, this new generation, yeah, they're actually like,
We talk about
because
race more than ever before.
they're more,
We talk about race now. I believe more than like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. We care
uh,
about race more now.
because we, I guess it depends on, exactly what it is, because we're more diverse now. That's why we just tend to talk about, well, race. There's just, um, way more, yeah, ethnicity here in America. That's why it seems like we're talking about, race. And plus, of course, because I like the technology. Like back then, we only have like what, like 10 channels, and now YouTube, like everybody has everybody has a voice.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so it's not because people are, people are always talking about. No, it's because we consume way more.
yeah,
We didn't consume as much back then because there weren't much to
I
consume.
agree. But that shows you that
Okay, then don't blame. Okay,
I didn't blame nothing. What I'm saying is that we will be tribal, right? I don't think that we will all of a sudden I don't know melt together, right? I think I'm not saying it's an impossible thing. It's probably an improbable thing, right? This is why I prefer. I've said this before. I prefer to view us as Americans than as
yeah, but how can you get people to view us? That's weird because I was just about to bring that up too. The um, nationalists, right?
Mhm.
That's what I want,
Yeah.
because I care about America. I don't. It's not. I want, America to be,
Hmm. Hmm.
yeah. I like us to have a strong sense of nationalism.
Yeah.
But then, like, you can't blame people for not having that because they feel like if they have a strong sense of, it's sort of like, how can I be part of this group when they don't want me in the group? And then you're gonna shame me for not having a strong sense of, of that group. It's like, yeah, you include me, but then you won't let me play. You sit me on the bench every single time.
It's like you decide what the chicken or the egg came first, right? Because
No,
no, because if you
no.
if you don't if you say that this is a thing where if you like again we have black Americans saying talking about the past. So you don't view like I literally see videos, right? Videos. Again, I'm not saying this is everyone, but literally see videos like I don't support July 4th because of America's past. I don't support Independence Day. I don't support American holidays because of the past. So if you don't have nationalistic pride, why would others see you as part of the group when you don't even see yourself? I believe there's a
No,
good chunk
because
of people who don't even see themselves as nationalistic. So why would you think that oh, let's include these people when honestly they're not as
well,
national?
you did the wrong first, though.
See, this is the thing
You
where
haven't
it's
corrected
like,
the wrong.
see, this is the thing.
So you're expect for us to just forget it.
But
Oh, it's in the past.
don't
Forget
you
it.
see that these days?
Better, better celebrate July 4th.
Don't you see that mindset? Well, you will never get nowhere. It will never end, right?
What,
Things will never end.
you don't think that, when they, what's it called, um when it was in the, when they made it a law to, yeah, like you can't discriminate and stuff like that. Everything's supposed to be, can't just someone from color of skin, uh, and all that, right? You don't think, black and brown people were like, okay, I'm gonna, I like where this is going. You don't think they have a strong sense of, nationalism? I'm sure they do, and yet they still getting fucked with. When the slaves are free, you don't think they were still getting fucked with? Yes. Even though it's been like you can't discriminate no more. We free the slaves and stuff, and you don't think they were still trying to, that's why we had this. Why do you think we had the Civil War? They're supposed to free, but then, yeah, there's still people that won't do it. So you have to go, and then, yeah, you end up having to go to war with these people because they don't want to listen.
This is the thing where if you never get over the past, then you will never see yourselves as part of the collective. Everything you
Oh,
everything you
think
talk about, right, is about the past. right? So if you
Yeah, because
pass,
America refused to acknowledge what they
how do they
did
refuse to
that
do
was
it?
wrong, and they refused to.
How do they refuse to do it? We
Okay,
talk about slavery. We talk about
the
Jim
whole the
Crow.
whole the whole
We
thing
talk about
is
Juneteenth. We talk like literally. How do America refuse it?
no. I said that they refused to acknowledge what they did was wrong
Where's that? Where's that proof in that? We have proof that America
because they have
continues to talk about it.
when you do something wrong, right? Aren't you supposed to correct it?
Do you know how much money, right, America sinks
Oh,
into the
fuck.
black population?
They didn't. No, it's not black population. It's poverty.
Welfare.
Do you know there's more white people, more white poor white people than there are poor black people?
Yeah,
Last year,
because there's more of
yeah.
them.
So
But that
what
they
are you
didn't.
talking about?
Yeah, but that they did the black people wrong.
They did black people wrong.
They slaved them. What are you talking? Oh,
Name
Jesus
me the people
Christ.
today who enslaved black people. Again, this is the thing where I hate liberals, or I'm not talking about you in particular, right? This is the problem I hate. Like,
You keep jumping the timeline. You keep jumping the time. You keep going from the back. I mean, the
no,
past
you're the one
to
who's you're
modern.
the one who's talking about the
You're
past.
like
I talk about today.
no,
You keep on bringing the past.
no, because it has an effect. That's what caused the downfall.
No,
To say that what they did not cause it. See, then that's what I'm saying.
this is why I constantly. This is
The
why
failure to acknowledge what they did was wrong.
who says didn't who said it didn't do wrong? But this is why I constantly bring up in one or two generation Asian community, one or two, one or two. It's not like they had 10 or 20 generations. One or two generations, the Asian people bypassed, have surpassed the white community, right? In many things, marriage rates, uh, education attainment, individual and family income. They have surpassed even white people in one to two generations. Right? This is why
Yeah,
I
you
was
know why?
arguing with
But then I know. You know why though? You know why though?
yeah, culture,
Because
mindset.
yeah, because Asians they'll work. Asians they'll work over what you call whatever job, the most shittiest job ever. Well, yeah, you came to this country, so yeah, you want to make money, and so yeah, if you qualify for the shitty job, then yeah, they're gonna do it. But black people, they're not immigrants now, are they? No, they were Americans.
Yeah. So I don't get it.
No, I'm saying it's sort of it's like would you make it's sort of like it's like why would
What generation are you?
because I'm early
No,
millennial.
no. Are you first generation or second generation?
Oh yeah, first
First
generation. No,
generation. So
first.
your parents were immigrants, right?
Yes.
Did your parents come in here rich or even middle class?
No.
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 So they came here either probably lower income. Same with my parents. Same with my parents, right? This is why I say this, where our parents, and I believe a good chunk, more than 50%, so that's a majority, didn't come here wealthy. They came here on equal terming, but without English, probably lower standing than black Americans. And this is why I say in about one to two generations, they're doing better than white communities, than white people. Right? That is why I can never.
No, I
This
don't
is
think so.
literally I can show you the stats. I can show you the numbers. Right?
Are you talking about first generation?
Yes, they're out earning, right? Even white people. They're attaining. No, H-1B visas, right, are not the majority. The majority, right, have come here through family sponsorship or refugees, right? The majority of Asian immigrants, right, have came here through family sponsorship or refugees. The majority,
Yeah,
I'm
out
not
earn.
saying
You
that.
said out earning.
Yes, they are out.
Or you said out earning. Yeah, but then what you call it? Does the type of work matters?
The type of work,
Uh huh.
I could,
No, they're just talking about earnings.
yes,
So,
I could,
and what is the thing with Asians, right? The parents, what you call it, constantly working, a lot of hours. They're not really there for the kids. That's why we're. That's why. Why do you think it was the Asian guy that goes emotional damage? That's what Asians are known for,
it doesn't
right?
matter.
Lack of emotions.
I don't care. I don't
Uh,
care if you're emotionally damaged. I care about the results. If you are doing better, right, then even the majority of the population, the the population that is the majority of citizens, white people. I don't care if you're emotionally damaged. I care that you're doing better.
I know because you guys don't care about that. Yeah, you guys don't care about
That's the individual case.
yeah, people like that.
You can't say
You
that.
guys only care about, oh, you make money, you make the economy run. That's good enough.
No, they're not.
And
Asian
that's
people
why
are
this
not
country is
suffering,
fucked up
right?
because we don't care about the people. That's why the homeless person, fuck it. Even
How
if
many
they're
homeless
veterans,
people are
fuck it.
Asian? How many homeless people are Asian?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about homeless population.
Okay, so what?
Even I was a good chunk of them are veterans, and we don't even care
Okay,
about them.
you're flip flop onto many different topics, right? You're flip flopping into so many topics. I use Asian people as as a bench meter, right? As a benchmark.
I don't think, but see, that's the thing. I don't think
No,
that's fair
see, like I
because
said,
we don't face this.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
Right?
we both, you're Vietnamese, I'm Hmong,
Yeah.
right? We don't face the same kind of discrimination and the same kind of
I'm not
hate.
talking about discrimination. I'm
Like,
talking about income status, right? Like Brianna says, right? The Chinese that came to America are rich. I'm gonna tell you this: the uh, official right numbers, right? The official numbers. Indian income is about 150. Chinese Americans or Chinese people about 110. Okay, let's exclude that. Filipino is about 110. Koreans 100. Japanese 100. Vietnamese American 95. White 85. Laotian, all right, they're not coming here wealthy, 75. Thai 85. Native Hawaiians 85. All right. So literally, I could exclude the top earners, Indian and Chinese. I said even other Southeast Asians are doing better or close to white people. So literally disprove that, right? Chinese
no,
Chinese
no,
people are
that's
not.
because they're going into a field where they're going what are they're known for? The tech industry, where what?
How many
They
Laotians
make
are
the
in
most
the
money.
tech industry? How many Thais in the tech industry? How many Vietnamese are in the tech industry?
No, I'm
And then
talking about Indian and
I
Chinese.
literally said I could exclude that. I can exclude that, right? I mean, I'm probably sure that Indians and probably Chinese are on the majority of the H-1B visas.
Yeah,
I literally can exclude Chinese and
that
Indians.
and no,
Filipinos are
that
not doing
no,
student
I'm
visas.
talking about Americans. No, I'm talking about Americans, Indian Americans, and Chinese American.
I could take away Chinese
Well,
and Indians, right? Filipinos, I said Filipinos, Korean, Japanese, Vietnamese, Laotians, Thai.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
doing better or
Koreans
just
are. I
as
mean, not
well, right? They're doing better or just as well as you know, as white people. Literally, and again, I could look up the fact. H1, I mean, like Vietnamese people, the Vietnamese aren't predominantly the H1B visas. No, they were majority refugees. Majority of Vietnamese were refugees or family sponsored immigrants. So,
yeah, and that's what, like I said, you don't think um it's because of the type of work that they do.
do you think that tech excludes black people? You can't do tech?
No,
What do you mean the type of work you do? You think let's say Filipinos, right? You think, which is probably synonymous with nursing, you think that black people can't do nursing?
that's not the
It's
point.
like
No, you keep
what is
making
the
it the point
point?
because you're saying
I use Asian people as the benchmark.
I know, but then if someone who, someone who has more baggage than the other person, right? who do you think is going to succeed? Who's more likely to make it? Someone that doesn't have baggage.
Do
That's
you
all I'm
think
saying.
that?
But see, you
Let me
refuse
say this, right?
to acknowledge that the black community has baggage. You're just like, oh, you have
Baggage,
baggage.
right?
Well, shit. You throw it out
Let's say
yourself and
this.
then go get on.
Do you think baggage is not war torn Vietnam? Do you not think baggage is poverty Thailand, poverty Laotians, right? Do you
That's
not
not our
think that?
baggage. That's not America's baggage, though. That's not
Did
it's
I
not
say
caused by
baggage? No, no.
Americans.
I said no, no. I didn't say that, right? Do you not think
Yeah, but you keep. That's what I
war
said.
torn
You
Vietnam
can't
is
compare
baggage?
Asians. No, you can't compare the refugees. Our piece. You can't compare to the black community because they have
I
baggage.
think
We
no.
don't.
I'm saying, right? Do you not think baggage does not hold you back? Do you think that?
Yes, it does because it's weight.
Okay, so Vietnam War is 1,000 times worse than Jim Crow. Literally seeing people die, right, from explosions is, I'm sorry, worse than racism. That's a fact. Coming from a war torn
Uh,
nation, right? There's no.
okay,
I'm not.
if those
See,
people are those
no, I'm
people
not.
still doing are
Listen,
those people
I'm.
doing well if they stayed in Vietnam? No, right?
They
Yeah,
do better
because see,
here.
my people exactly a different country. This country did not do anything right to them. See, my
But
people, we came over here, right? So yeah, we're able to like move up a little bit. But my people back in Laos, no, they're still dirt poor, still
yeah,
calling us to send them money. Exactly.
do you, do, you- do you not see that
That's
America
what I said. It's
is
not a
the
good. You
reason
can't
why we're
compare.
doing better? Right? America is the reason why we're doing better.
Yeah, a different country. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't
No, you're
compare
not.
us.
Because this is the thing, right? Black Americans can do better in America, and they're doing better in America than
I just
any
use
other place.
no. See, we both just agreed that if again, after the war and we didn't move to America, we stayed there. Would we be doing well or doing poor? So we would
We're
still
doing
be doing
poor.
poor.
Yes.
Yes,
So thanks to America,
exactly.
we're doing well. It's
Yeah,
America.
because we moved to a different country.
We
Exactly.
moved to a better country. We moved to a better country. America, in my opinion,
No,
is the best country in
yeah.
this world.
I mean that's your opinion, right? But it doesn't, but
That's
that's not the point. Though the point is that we moved to a different country. See, the black people is the same thing. They had a war, and that's why. And yet they're still in the same country that they fought in the war, and that's why they're not doing as well. Because why? Yeah, because this country refused to acknowledge what they did and expect them to just pick themselves up. Just like how if we were still at our country where where our parents came from, yeah, we would still be doing dirt poor after a war. There you go.
this is the thing where it's a flaw in your logic in
See,
the
you
sense that
refuse to acknowledge it again.
what are freezing the knowledge, right? I agree that if Asian people stayed in their own country, they'd be doing terrible. Let's play a
Yes.
hypothetical game, right? Let's play a hypothetical game. Do you think that Black Americans, if they stayed in Africa, right? Let's say there's two universes you that you can magically see, right? Two universes you can magically see. The life where Black Americans stayed in Africa and the life where Black Americans are here. Do you think, just hypothetically, which group would be doing better?
If the black people were never the Africans, the black people were never enslaved and they were still in Africa.
Yeah, compared to the the modern day Black Americans here.
Well, it depends what metric you're using. Are you talking about like
Any and
it's
every
sort of
metric you could
no?
use to determine if someone is doing better financially,
They could be
happiness,
doing, yeah, they could be
lifestyle,
doing.
whatever.
It's just like the saying That's why I'm like, that's not a good comparison because we measure,
No, no, no,
what
no,
is
no.
happiness to a
No,
person?
listen. This is
Is
not
it a lot of money?
whatever.
Is it family?
It's
That's what I'm saying.
lifestyle.
You can't. That's not a good comparison.
How so? I'm saying imagine it, right? Right. The world that you see. Do you think?
They will be happier. People will be happier at their own country because that's their that's their root, their mother country or whatever you want to call it.
So but because you gotta remember your logic before that, right? The logic you said before that, right? Asian Americans weren't doing better in their own country. They did better in America. But you couldn't apply that to Black Americans.
No, but no, but then it has to be black, what you call black Americans, what you call in America. I don't know why you went from black American in America to black Africans. That's
No,
what I'm
I
saying.
said no. I
That's
said
not the same.
no, because I said compare it. If you could
No,
imagine,
we decided to move. We moved to America.
I get that
The
freedom.
Africans,
I
they were
get that.
taken. That's what I'm saying. You can't compare the two. It's not the same.
Here's the thing where here's my
Oh,
thing where I said the
that
same as
doesn't
that.
matter, right? That doesn't matter, right? They're in a
I'm not
different
saying it
country.
does. I'm not saying it doesn't, right? But when I was giving you an example of, in general, Black Americans, right, are doing financially 1,000 times better than the continent of Africa,
By
right?
one metric.
Financially, they're
Yeah,
doing.
because we
They're
in our
not
country
suffering
is a
starvation.
country where you're able to make generate a lot of money, unlike Africa. But then that's
Um,
if Africa. But to see that's where it's hard for me to answer that because we see things in a very materialistic kind of way.
well,
Just because they don't have nice houses, we think that they're poor, that they're not happy. They could be super happy. That's why they could have a family of like hella kids, and we may think, oh, that's poor.
I mean, I can see your
See, that's
point.
also you can't compare
And,
them.
and,
Yeah, you can't compare them.
no,
It's
but
not the
here's the
same.
thing where no, I can see your point, but at the end of the day, right? What I visited, right? I visited my home country, right? And I saw the poverty. I saw the starvation. I saw the hardships. Okay. That has given me perspective where I would not want to experience that. I I'm not saying that I've been to Africa, so I'm going to preference that this is probably how I just see it through social media or whatever. I've seen the poverty in Africa thanks to social media, so I'm going to preference that maybe what my view is not 100% correct, right? But again, it's the standard of living as well, right? The standard of living is different. So
I know.
if you think that the standard of living is this is how it is, right? Then you compare it to other nations. What is their standard? I view it at standard of America is much better, much higher than these other countries, right? That's how I view it. So
Yeah,
I
because
view
of
it if the
innovation
standard of
and
living
stuff
is
like that. Yeah,
better.
we're a rich country. Yes.
Well, then this is the thing where this is why I judge it like that, right?
See, see, then you have to see. I don't. That means that you're basically saying, oh, you should thank us that we took you from your country because shit, who knows? You could be living in a hut or whatever.
I do.
You should be happy. Like
You should.
what?
That's what I said. I 100%
Oh
say
my god!
yes, yes.
You took that
Because
choice.
again,
That's taking someone's choice away. That
again,
doesn't that it doesn't apply. Like
here's the thing where
who are we to say that this is what happiness is? Who is
I,
this?
I,
What makes you
I
we are not the arbiter of like we don't get to say that, oh, this is what happiness is because as even though yeah our country is rich and stuff, we're the most depressed freaking society too. Pilled up,
mm,
drugged up, locked up,
well, I mean, did you know?
killing each other, guns and stuff like that.
No, because actually, like, there are statistics that our murder rates have gone down drastically.
Yeah, but we're the richest country though. We should be,
Yeah,
like you said, we should be doing better, but then we're not doing better.
again, this is the thing. It's
You
your
don't want to
misconception that we should
acknowledge
be
again.
perfect. It's your misconception that we should be perfect.
No, I'm not asking for perfect.
You literally are,
There's
because
no
I
such thing as
literally said
perfect. No, you are
our
the one
murder
that's
rates are going
judging.
down.
You are no, see, you're the one that's judging. You're
How's
saying that
that?
our country is the bomb. The bomb
It
thing. We should
is.
thank God that we took you over here. And I'm
I
like,
think it is.
see,
I mean, okay, you tell me a better country. Literally, there are people dying to get to America now. Name me a better. I, I mean, I said this. Two things can be true.
every
Two
country
things can
is
be true at
different.
once, right?
Every We all don't value the same thing.
We
This
don't
country
what?
values green money. Well,
But people still want to go to America.
some
America is one of the most desired immigrated place today.
people in Europe. You think they're in a hurry to come over here? They want to come over here?
In Europe, again, if their economy is
Yeah,
similar to
no,
America,
huh?
then of course not. Name me a place in Europe that's
Exactly.
different. If you have an
That's what I'm saying
economy
because
similar,
we
why
all
would
have
you?
different standards and value of what is what we consider happiness, right? Some countries
I mean,
they value like wealth. Some countries they value health. Some they value That's why I'm like we all have different values. One
yeah,
is
but
not necessarily better than the other, but then you're the one that's saying that money is better than everything else.
without wealth, you
Yeah,
can't provide
money.
health. Without
Yeah,
wealth, you can't provide health. It's just a fact. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everything comes down to wealth. It's just a fact.
greed.
Everything comes
Yeah.
down to wealth.
Yeah, but then it's not even like okay, I don't want to get to it because I was gonna say,
You got to-
I wonder why we, were able to, our country is like one of the youngest, and yet we're able to rise to the top, right? I wonder how that was possible. Did we do it the right way, the wholesome way? No. What did we
What's the
do?
right way?
We stole
Every nation
resources.
on the earth.
We yeah,
You know what? This is what I hate. That
killed
right?
people.
Name
Uh,
me a country that didn't have an ugly history. Name me a nation that doesn't have an ugly history. Do you even know any?
that's not my
Ne-
point, Da.
No. But your point is that because of our history, that makes it bad. Name me a country that doesn't have an ugly history.
I'm talking about obtaining wealth as a country. I'm not
Again,
talking about ugly history
you
or
are taking
whatever.
context. You are taking context out of things, right? When we took wealth, most nations, if not all nations, did the same thing. Mongolians, Chinese, Russia, European, almost every nation, right? They conquered to gain wealth. It is this is the thing where we negate context, right?
Because
Time
it's
period.
not you're not supposed to though, right? You're supposed to.
Who says we're not supposed to? That is a human. That's the human thing. It's a human thing.
No, it's not because no, what's a human thing? Yeah, greed is greed.
Okay. Yeah. It's
Okay
human.
then.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, but
Yeah,
this is the thing where
greed.
do you
We care
do
more
you
about
not think?
money. We care more about materialistic than, like I said, our own people. So that's why people need to stop saying that. Oh, this country is this and that. No, we don't give a fuck about nobody else.
Do you think
We will
that
step on. We will. Yeah.
we've
What do you think greed is? What do you think
no,
greed is?
this is the thing where this is. I want you to understand.
Greed is
Do
I'm
you
gonna
agree?
step on you
Listen,
to get.
listen.
If
Wait.
I'm gonna make sure that I have greed is what you would call more stealing someone when you already have enough. Like you already have enough for your country, but then no, you want more, so you will stomp on another person and steal their shit because apparently that's human nature. We got oil. Why are we? What are we doing in in other countries trying to steal their oil? Overthrow their what you call their leaders. So discourse in other countries, man.
This is the
I'm
thing
not
where
saying that United. I'm not saying that I'm not. I'm. I see the things that I recognize that America. Yeah. America plays dirty, but I'm not gonna, but I am still, because I'm an American born. Yeah, I do consider myself like, yeah, like, a nationalist. I love, 4th of July and stuff like that. But there's nothing wrong with, with admit, admitting, like all the wrong things that America has done, and still doing. Like, you have to call out the bad shit. Like, you just have to, because otherwise you're complicit. And if we are about, um, if we are like, I thought we stand for certain, it's just like I thought America, stood on, on something. I thought America had values, and it seems like America will spout, will, will act like, they, oh, they're very, they're virtuous. They are, um, they're this and they're that. They're a good person. But then, you know, when we find out, no, like they'll smile on your face. It's like, oh yeah, I'm friendly. And then next thing then they come up like, oh, what happened? You lost your house? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it was nice knowing you. And then you find out it was them. That's America. And because we're Americans, I want us to do better. That's why we have to call it out, because we don't want this to repeat, right? We want us to be better. We don't want to, play dirty. We should. I mean, come on, this is 2026. There's no reason for us to be in other countries stealing this shit. It's like, why don't if we're gonna hold our government, if our government is by us, they're supposed to protect us and help us in, when we're in need. Yeah, we should hold them accountable. We should, you know, yeah, demand our government to, again, to do their job, as in, stop meddling out there and start. It's sort of like, like Jordan Peterson, make your own bed, make your bed first before, you go out there and start trying to tell people that, oh, they're doing bad. Like, your bed is not even made. Like, we have this homeless population, and yet, we don't want to take care of it. We have kids. We have kids that are still, like, are reading at below level. Our schools aren't funded, and yet we want to spend our money, making guns, or funding, giving what we call tax credit to, what we call people who don't need them, who already have millions and billions of dollars, but yet we don't want to help out. Yeah, we're gonna cry and, oh, you're on welfare
Wait,
over
wait,
a
wait,
measly,
let me say
a
this,
couple
right?
hundred dollars.
I want to before we go that, right? Self-made said, I said, name me a country that doesn't have an ugly history. He said Switzerland. Now I could dig into all these countries, but Switzerland remained officially neutral, but traded extensively with Nazi Germany. Swiss banks accepted and laundered large amounts of gold looted by the Nazis from occupied countries, and to lesser extent from Holocaust victims. Involvement in colonialism and slave trade. Switzerland never held formal overseas colonies, but Swiss individuals, companies, and cities invested and profited from the transatlantic slave trade and colonial enterprise. Right? Again, I'm not a historian, right? I'm not a historian, but I literally just showed you Switzerland profited from both Nazis and the transatlantic trade. So we could go back and forth, right? I could look into any of these countries and look into their history. Every nation, I'm not saying 100%, but if I dig into every single nation self-made said, I can find some skeletons in their closet. And I already did with Switzerland, right? A supposedly neutral country. I literally showed you, I literally disprove self-made's claim with one country. Now I could dig into all these other countries and find their skeletons. So I don't know if you guys want to go back and forth with it, but again, I go back with what I said, right? How's that an ugly history? You profited from Germany, Nazi Germany. I mean, unless you don't think that's a bad thing, you profited from yeah, we're gonna end. Zyrax, thank you for being here. Thank you, sister. All right, I love you. Thank you for the back and forth. All right, it was fun. It's fun.
Yes,
So
sorry, Dia. Yeah, I gotta go, but then I'll be
no,
back on Wednesday to finish this.
yes, we'll do that. I
Thank you
love it.
so
I
much,
love it.
Dia. Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. I
All
love
right,
you.
later.
It's fun. Later. Literally, they profited from the transatlantic trade, slave trade. So maybe to you, that's not an ugly thing. I'm saying like that. So profiting from slavery, profit from Nazi Germany, maybe it's not an ugly thing to you. That's like saying white people have an ugly history because they profit. Yes, they have an ugly history. Right? Who says they're not? It's funny because did you know that majority of white Americans didn't own slave? Yet we literally hold it against white America. So I think that's disingenuous. I never profiting and being independently involved are not the same thing. What do you? I mean, who says the same thing? I never said the same thing, right? I never said it was the same thing. But I literally just disproved you and showed you. I mean, this is a thing where unless you think making money off of the the suffering of others is not a bad thing, right? Unless you think that making money off of the the hardships of others is not a bad thing, okay, then we see ugly history as two different things, right? I see it as an ugly history. I'm not saying that, oh, it's the same thing as, being slavers yourself. I'm not saying it's the same thing as, doing the Holocaust yourself. But in pretty much any definition. I'm not saying did you, right? This is again self-made. You making it personal. I'm saying that Black America do hold America, right? To that. Right? Black Americans do hold America to an ugly history, to white people, literally, like Zyrax was saying that, you know what, white people need to give reparations or all this shit. Okay, I mean, like, if I hold you at gunpoint to tell you to kill other people, it doesn't mean that, you didn't kill other people. Everything we are involved with, someone suffered making it. No one disagrees with that. This is what I'm saying, right? Everyone has an ugly history. Everyone has an ugly history. Guys, I love you, right? Self-made. Thank you for the pushback. I love it. Thank you for the pushback. Brianna, thank you for being here. Thank you for the pushback. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. That is it for tonight. The live went on longer than I was hoping or than I planned, but hell, it was fun. It was fun having you guys, right? I could trust you. Trust me. I love the pushback, right? So you guys are amazing. I love you. Thank you. Guys.